now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut.
Please, everybody, if you get the card, put your cards on the line exactly like this. And cards during the hand, you have to leave on this line. All time. After fold, you can answer. Everybody, did you get me? So always like cards on the line, yeah? You need, yes, that's one. You have to do. Please listen to the dealer and try to use English on the table, okay? Okay guys, lines are 25-50, big blind 50,000. I wish you best of luck. Let's start. Tres recuerdos son con esa, eh. Aquí solo hay un camino, ¿viste? Either the highway o... Y si no más mi cargo de la mesa casi. Big fold. Third fold. Eight raise 100. Nine fold. One fold. 325, raise 5. 325. We are here in Rozvadov. Apologies for the late start. A few technical difficulties, I will admit. We are obviously here for the Spanish Poker Festival 220 event. Got a big field this one. We burst the bubble earlier today. It is, of course, day 2. As you can see on screen, we have a hand already in motion. Let me catch you up on some of the important details of this tournament. In seat 1 we have Ivan Shashtun. Seat 2 we have Chen Sagi. Seat 3 is Paul Martin. Seat 4 we have Michael Kral. Seat 5 Gomez Hernandez. Seat 6 a player going just by the name Ciolet. In seat 7 we have El Patron. Seat 8 Adria Irora. And seat 9 Sergio Niagu. See here, Paul looks down at the ace-jack offsuit. He is under the gun +1, so coming in from early. I just want to point it out as well, guys. I mentioned there the bubble had burst. We are actually down to 78 people. Maybe even just a few fewer than that out of the enormous 1,810 players who started this. This tournament was spread over a lot of day ones. Oh, and we see here Shashtun has gone all in, 670k, so he is playing roughly 13 bigs, 13.5 bigs. Pretty standard shove here, even though the raise came in from early. The fact that he's raising out of the big blind here when, of course, you've such a good price to call, and even at this stack depth, take a flop, it's got to look pretty strong to Martin. I'd say he's ruling out being ahead of any hands, and he's now trying to work out if he's priced in, given that there will be a decent number of flips. It's a really awkward stack size to have the shove come in from. I'm sure if this was one big blind, 1.5 big blinds less, he would snap it off. I'm sure if it was even 1.5 big blinds more, he would find the fold pretty easily. So it's right on the line here. I think he could probably let this one go. Yeah, I quite like that fold. Obviously, in a tournament format, I think it's probably good to conserve that 2.4 million stack rather than put 20% of it or more at risk in that hand. He's in a nice chip position right now, and sometimes that is the smarter play. A few more weapons at his disposal with that larger stack. So nice little pickup there when you do look down at 8 in the big blind there, get it in. Probably expecting quite a few calls, expecting to go to the races and perhaps be dominated slightly more often than you are dominating in a lot of worlds there. So nice to get it through. So I mentioned there the enormous 1,800 plus field. There were 6 day ones in this one, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. There were 2 on Saturday, and they even sneaked in a quick one this morning as well. So action folds round to late position here. Looks like it's going to get all the way around to the button here. Sergio Niagu with Jack 7 off. He's playing just 24 big blinds. I think he's going to let this one go. So battle of the blinds and a quick fold. I'm surprised to see that from Shashtun with the King 4 offsuit. Obviously King is a big card. You don't like the offsuit 4 next to it, but at the same time it reckons to be good in a battle of the blinds. So he gives his opponent a walk. Perhaps some dynamics already. These guys have probably been playing together for
a few hours, and maybe, just maybe, he felt like he couldn't limp in, it would get pounced on. Maybe if he was to raise an amount and of course be raised folding in that spot, he felt like it was too likely to get pounced on too. But I have to say, overall, would like to see the king 4 play a hand there. The plan is to play 12 40-minute levels today. These guys have played roughly half of those already. ICM will become a creeping factor as the next 3, 4, 5 hours plays on. Not too significant right now, but as we all know, as we creep towards last 3 tables, which is roughly what I would expect it to be when play stops for the night, it will become a more significant part of everyone's calculation. So El Patron wakes up with 2 jacks here. He's obviously inducing off this stack of 14 bigs, and he is going to get his desired result. Shashtun looks down. Similar stacks, these guys now. Shashtun likely to stick it all in here, 820k from the button with off. They're going to go to the races in all worlds. We can't see this one being folded ever. Well, Patron is going to give it some thought, but can't give any real consideration to folding here. Jacks, it's going to be ahead of quite a few of Shashtun's shoves here. As it turns out, he is ahead, 59%, always nicer to be on that side of it. Some backdoor possibilities for Shashtun. He can hit the Jack Queen or the running spades. Oh, he can't hit the Jack Queen actually. The Jack will end it. Obviously the board paired there, 10, 10, 9, so the Jack will close the door. And El Patron very happy to get a double up, and as we see there, Shashtun on fumes. He's literally got 1 big blind. Very small consolation for Shashtun here is that he is on the button, so he does have an orbit to pick a spot. There may be some ladder jumps to be had during that orbit, and he can at least maybe wait for a reasonable holding. I see we have 235 people in the chat here. I'm going to try and interact with you guys as well. Probably going to need you, it's got to be said. Flying solo here in the commentary booth today. Gomez Hernandez. Going to open things up here. The ace queen. Shashtun has decided that the king 4 suited is nice to get in behind the open. There's a certain logic to that. He's in a position now to almost quadruple up, and he tends to have a reasonably live hand there with the suited king. We will be happy to see the news that he does indeed have a solid 40%. And he will be quadruple up here if he can spike this one. I'm going to call my backdoors right this time. We can certainly hit some backdoors with the 2, 3, 4 on board and the spades. Nothing blocking this time. That's no good though. A king or a 4. Oh, and there is a king. So in this spot, Hernandez probably not too disappointed. Obviously nice to pick up the 4 big blinds, but for Shashtun, he has got the 3.5x triple up plus, and one more of those, who knows, he might be back in business. There's a great advantage to having a very short stack in poker. You tend to get your money and getting a great price, and the spin up is always possible. For those of you out there in the chat, my name is David Lappin. It was a slow start, I'm afraid. Some tech issues getting this one set up, but we got there in the end, fortunately. And I'm delighted to be bringing you all the action from Rozvadov, day 2 of the Spanish Poker Festival. And here we see another likely showdown. Well, the action is coming thick and fast, as it is probably going to be for the vast majority of the next 3, 4, 5 hours, guys. These stacks are not deep. Everybody playing a sort of maybe 25, 27 big blind average, I think, across the tournament. There seem to be a fair few short stacks around at this table as well. And where there are short stacks, there will be some shoving. Hard to see Patron at this price fold the pocket 9s here. He made the call with the jacks a moment ago, getting a very good price here with his 9s. And off we go to the races again. This is not a highlights package, guys. This is not just all the showdowns. These are consecutive hands right now. Well, that will do it. Patron is running quite nicely at the moment. Obviously, running diamonds is always a possibility, but it is a slim possibility in this situation. Patron, he made a boat last time round. A set will do nicely this time, and he's eliminated Michael Kral. For those of you who plan to watch all the action here from Spanish Poker Open, final table will obviously be tomorrow. I am told on good authority that you will be hearing the dulcet tones of a good friend of mine, actually, Unibet Poker ambassador Dara O'Carney, author of many fantastic books. He has a trilogy of poker books. I recommend all of them. One is on satellite strategy, one is on PKOs, and one is on Endgame. Endgame will of course be the theme of tomorrow, so the perfect person to have in the booth talking you through the latter stages action of this one. Nice fold there from Aji Irura. I think that is the kind of hand that some people will open up 5-6 suited in middle position. It is the kind of hand that some people might consider opening off bigger stacks, but I actually really like it at this stack depth with the stacks behind. I think he has to just kind of take those out of the equation, and I like that he did that. On the other hand, the Jack 10 suited, definitely a playable one here from the hijack. And Paul Martin, again, lots of big hands today. In the cutoff, right behind, is most likely going to 3-bet this one to around 300k. you want to construct a 3-bet range here that isn't all in. So you probably have to go quite a small sizing here. You might even size down to maybe 280k, something like that. The purpose of that will be to have some raised folds. You might do it with some suited wheel aces, might do it with some blockers. But you're putting it to your opponent that there are some folds there, and if indeed he does want to come over the top, maybe with an ace queen, maybe with a jack 10 suited as a semi bluff, or whatever pairs he might have in his range. I really like the sizing here. He has gone for 275k, and you know, jack 10 suited is that sort of perfect bluffy 4-bet hand. It tends not to be dominated by the calling range. It's unlikely that someone's going to 3-bet call you off with ace 10, ace jack. If they do, they might have ace king, ace queen. You're actually in decent shape against those hands. If they've got small pairs, well, you're in very good shape. You're almost a favorite against those. And even if they have the aces, jack 10's one of the hands, jack 10 suited, that actually does crack them more often than not. So that may be part of the calculation here, but so might just calling. He is being laid a very good price. And I think probably on balance, unless he has a very good read on Martin, call will be the decision. No, he does let it go. Boxy fold here, getting that price with a pretty hand, but you know, maybe just sensing something from Martin, maybe just having a good read on the situation. Again, these guys have been playing together for a while. They may have been playing together yesterday as well. Yeah, certainly one where all 3 decisions may have been going through his mind at different points. It felt as though he had almost decided on call and then at the last moment released his hand. Shout out there to Kitty Tang Beats. Yes, I am in the booth. Fintan, I think, is very busy in Limerick in Ireland. He is a head honcho on the Irish Poker Tour right now. I think that is going to keep him busy some of the weekends in the near future. He's a busy man, Fintan, and by all accounts, it's been a fun weekend. But it does mean, unfortunately, that he was not able to join us in the booth today. As I said, I am taking over Sunday duty, and Darragh O'Carney will be in the booth tomorrow. Hi to Cedric there in the chat. Appreciate you guys popping by. By all means, hit me up with any questions you'd like. I am here at your beck and call, at your disposal for the best part of the next 5 hours, maybe even more. So do stop by. Do hit me up with any questions you guys might have. While we watch here, Gomez Hernandez raise it up here on the button with the 9-3 suited. Little cheeky, little out of line. We don't mind it. Big blind El Patron defends. He's recently acquired most of those chips. Probably feeling the wind at his back. And this is almost certainly going to go check bet call. Might even go check bet raise. So, like this sizing from Hernandez. He's not got nothing here. He does have the 2 kind of back doors. It's an ugly looking way to put the hand together. But here we go. Okay, so that's sort of the dream card really in Hernandez's shoes. But of course, on a small board, he probably wasn't fancying firing again. It went check check pretty quickly. And now I guess El Patron just trying to hang on here really with this 5. The 6 will have completed some draws. It will have made some hands. Gomez Hernandez maybe deciding now is the time, and he's going to fire out 250. Yeah, it did need to be a decent sized bet. 250k here into about 400k. But a quick call. Great read there from Patron, who just decided a king looks like the kind of card he might represent. I don't necessarily believe that he has it. A good king high may well have checked back that flop as well. So probably just a good sense of where he was, really. Like that from Patron. Not just good at winning flips here, he's good at hand reading. He's put a dent into his opponent's stack there now. Live by the sword, die by the sword when you play 9-3 suited on the button, I guess. Don't necessarily hate the line. But El Patron, the man of the moment on this table, it's got to be said. Just 5 or 6 hands ago, he was sitting with, what, 600k? Something like that. He's now got nearly 3 million. And we see there, courtesy of the Nightbot in the chat, guys, these guys are playing for 60,000 euros. When you consider this is a 220 buy-in, that is a pretty nice parlay on your money. Second will get 35k, third 24,700, and fourth 18,450. Remember, these guys also get 10k WSOP Europe seats. They finish in the top 4, so add 10k of value onto those 4 numbers I just mentioned. Pretty tasty for, again, a 220 plus 30 buy-in. Hey, Wasello. Yes, I believe we are going to play down to 24. That's the plan. Obviously, there is a certain amount of tournament director discretion involved. Maybe it would play a little later. Maybe it would play, you know, until there's 27 and they feel like it's gone long enough. There could be some wiggle room in that, but I do know that the plan at the moment is to play down to 24. I am reliably informed we have bust outs coming thick and fast on the other tables too, so that number in your top right hand of your screen is going to just bop down every so often now. So it won't take too long to get to 24. We see here another late position battle. Well, it looks like Cialetta in position is happy to show down with the ace high here. Question is, will Adria pull the trigger on a bluff? He's obviously missed his gut shot here, but a lot of weakness from Cialetta might open the door here. He could feel he could represent either a 10 or a king. Absolutely plausible that he would have played it this way. He doesn't. He throws up the white flag, pretty certain that he can't be good. Anything Cialetta was checking back there was likely to be a hand with showdown, and good showdown at that. So we had our first not very interesting hand, guys, but every other hand so far, my goodness. Well, Shashtun, who of course we saw moments ago get his triple up, he's all in now for 210k with the pocket tens. He is certain to get looked up here, coming from under the gun. Remember, he's not going to get a huge amount of credit because with those blinds approaching in a big blind anti-game, he was likely to put it in a lot lighter than pocket tens. Paul Martin with the decision of whether to call 210k or icing a little bit decides on the former. Gotta say, I probably like a small raise here. The minimum raise would have been to, I think he could have gone 360, something like that. Probably prefer that on balance, I gotta say. And it opens the door here for Gomez Hernandez, who we saw fearlessly playing the 9-3 suited just a moment ago. He's got 15 big blinds and reckons his hand could be very good against Shashtoon's, and maybe is good enough to get Martin out of the pot here, given that he just called. Now, this is the problem Martin has given himself here. By just flatting, he's definitely got to call this one. And Gomez Hernandez probably stepping a little bit ahead of the line, it's got to be said here with the king-queen. But he does seem like a gamblier sort, it must be said. He's still got a live king there, but as you see, just 10%. Shashtoon right now with the pocket tens. Those percentages look a bit funny to me, so I'm going to assume some tens have been folded. We must have some cards cancelled for those to be right. Without cards being seen, you would assume that the tens had a solid 46% and maybe the king queen had 12 or 13, as we see there now. Dry board so far, looking good for Shashtoon. He'll come back from one big blind, remember. A potential more than triple up again. Well, Gomez Hernandez has been eliminated. Side pot will go to Martin. The ace queen holds against the king queen, but the pocket tens get the triple up. That's the double triple up now. Shashtoon, as we can see there, with 12 big blinds, 755k. Feels like quite a lot. Okay, the blinds have just gone up to 3060, but wow, he was really in trouble there with 45k not too long ago. Probably feeling like he's free rolling right now. Great question, Kitty Tang. Wondering if this is open to Spanish nationals only. Well, as you can see there on the board, it is not. We have a Ukrainian flag. We had a Greek flag. It went up and back quickly, but definitely this has been open to all. I was scrolling through all the players this morning and I spotted many flags from all around the world. So no, I reckon this tournament, while it does have a chunky number of Spanish, and I'm guessing they have enjoyed traveling en masse to Rozvadov this weekend, and this week in fact. It is certainly the case that Rozvadov attracts people from all across Europe. There seems to always be a big game in town. And we have lost a couple more people on the outer tables there, so I think we're down to 62 players now. A couple of empty seats at this table. I reckon will get filled pretty soon. This was nine-handed. And as you see there, 63 divisible by 9. I think we'll see those two seats filled at any moment. 62, in fact. So with these blinds, increase to 30-60 with the 60 big blind ante. We see Martin open things up from under the gun with the ace-9 suited. 3-bet from under the gun 1 from CLS here with the pocket jacks. A small 3-bet, but does represent a lot of strength coming over the top of an under the gun open. It's going to be hard for Martin. He does have suited hand, but he is going to be in one of those awkward dark tunnel positions if he makes the call here of not being sure if he wants to hit his ace or not. It will almost certainly be the case that if you do call and hit your ace, if your opponent does have an ace, it's a better one. Similarly, if you hit your 9, your opponent can be ahead that way too. So sometimes better to just lay this one down despite the excellent price. You know, playing much deeper, it's a different situation altogether. But playing at these depths, you know, already there will be a fairly shallow stack to pot ratio. He does make the call. Stack to pot ratio looks like it's going to be around 2. So some careful navigation required here from Paul. Well, that flop is so good for CLF that it may well go check, check. I think he's probably meant to range bet in this spot, maybe fire out something very small like 20%, but he is going to check back here with middle set. Looks like Paul Martin is not going to take a stab at this. Feels like CLF will have to do his own betting. He needs to go small here. 25%, something in that region is probably about right. That is exactly the sizing he has opted for. Quick fold here from Martin, who has none of it. So in just the period of time it took to play that hand, we see 2 more players join the table as we anticipated, but we also see 2 more people be eliminated from the tournament on outer tables. So the action is thick and fast here in Rozvadov. So Jimmy Dune, and oh, I missed him there, but Tadeusz was definitely his first name. Well, they're coming into under the gun and under the gun 1. Folds all the way around to Shashtun, who with his now 10 big blinds did just go through him, is happy to see an ace, certainly a suited one, and shove it in. Paul Martin, tough spot here in the big blind. He's got the ace 4. He knows he's probably dominating nothing. As it turns out, he's the one dominating, although there will of course be a lot of chops on this board. It's a tricky one because he knows Shashtun will go with any Broadway combinations. He might go with some suited connectors. He's going to go with his reasonably good kings and queens. So he is beating some hands, but he could be way behind. It's one of those spots where you tend to be just good or way behind. It turned out just good was the right answer. He does let it go. And Shashtun with a smart pick up there. He's up to 755k now. Definitely going to keep an eye on him. That will be one of the big stories if he can make a deep run now, having been put down to 90% of a big blind just an orbit ago. Yeah, Tagush Rachinsky here getting some love in the chat here for his dapper jacket and haircut combination. Quite right. Nice to see lads dressing up for the occasion. And with 18 big blinds, he looks down at the 10-9 suited. It's a tricky one here. Obviously, a hand you would like to open up maybe if you were deeper. But with this stack, I do like the fold. He does. And these suited connectors go down quite substantially in value as opens, because really what you want to do is construct your range with blockers to go with your real hands. And actually these sort of pretty hands, they just don't play as well. They don't get enough folds, frankly, either, because they're not blocking any of the calls. El Patron open things up here, playing 50 big blinds now with the King Queen offsuit. Action all the way around to Jimmy Doon, who's just arrived at this table. He is playing pretty shallow here, as we can see. He's probably playing 7 big blinds. Decides that a suited king is good enough to defend. He's basically going to go with any equity here. Any equity whatsoever, and he will be happy. That's not a good board for Jimmy. It's obviously a small board, which won't have necessarily hit his opponent too often, but it's very hard. There are 5 on the turn, maybe even a 3 might have made it interesting. He's decided that pairing that small card 4 is good enough for him, and he's gonna make his move here. Credit to him. He has a pot-sized bet, and he is putting El Patron to the test, who didn't fire out a C-bet, unusually enough here on the 7-4 deuce. He wasn't holding an ace-high hand, which maybe would have made for a smarter check back. He was holding a king-high hand and has ended up getting absolutely walloped there, letting the king-6 take it down. Hugely exploited there. Credit to Toon there for spotting an opportunity to represent a board like that, but I would have much preferred to see a c-bet there on the flop by Patron. We know, seeing the cards, it would have got the job done, but just on balance anyway, I don't think he can really put himself in a spot where he can allow his opponent to bluff him. So he should probably just stick it in, really. If there's only a pot-sized bet left, it's probably too weird to put in a half-sized pot bet or less and then have to call it off, getting an amazing price. He did have 2 overs after all. El Patron straight back on the horse, you would assume, here with the ace-10 under the gun 1. Feels like a bottom of the range open. And that he will. I hear some cheering in the background. There are, of course, some side events going on right now as well. Not necessarily from the main, but clearly some people having a good time in another part of the room. Oh, and this is an interesting one. Shashtun has decided to call with the pocket 7s after El Patron raises under the gun 1. It's going to be a very difficult one to navigate. Probably if he has a sense that Patron is opening fairly wide, it was a spot to shove himself. Also wouldn't hate a fold, to be perfectly honest. It's hard to be beating too much and there are players to act behind you, and it's unlikely that you're not in bad shape overall against Patron's open. As it's turned out, though, it's sort of opened the door in a very strange way for Chensagi. So this could work. It's enough chips to maybe have Patron feel like his ace-10 hand's relative strength has shriveled up considerably, and then when it actually gets back to Shashtun, wow, he's played the hand so strangely, frankly. It's hard to know what he will do, but off 12.5 bigs, he elected to call, and now he's going to be laid a very good price against the squeezer, but the squeezer really should be a lot stronger than ace-8 Turned out they aren't. But this is strange because, I don't know, for me the alarm bells would have been going off when Shashtun called off a 12 big blind stack to an under the gun open. I would have been actually thinking, wow, he's actually got a serious hand. He might actually be out here with, you know, kings or aces and be setting the trap. As it turned out, he was making probably not a particularly good flat with the pocket sevens there. Opened the door for Sagi, who, let's be honest, went for it bravely. And as it turned out, it worked out. Now, on balance, I think against the ranges of hands that would have been playing their hands that way before him, I think it's a reckless move, I must say. But it's a brave one. And sometimes you got to be brave to accumulate chips. A huge pickup in the end. Obviously, you've got the blinds and antes for 2.5 bigs, and then you've got the 2 bigs from each player. So you picked up 6.5 big blinds there. Huge pickup without showdown. Yeah, some agreement in the chat here that the sevens should probably have gone all in. Maybe gone all in the first instance and certainly called all in. I find that one hard to judge because I guess it was a strange flat in the first place, so it's a hard one to know dynamically what you should do. If you're supposed to have much stronger hands, then it makes it look even stronger that the guy was still willing to come over the top. Yeah, Sertovich says that had the sevens gone in, ace 8 would certainly not have got his chance. That's definitely true. There's a certain amount of agreement here in the chat that we just witnessed a fairly strange hand, one which Sagi was perhaps a little fortunate to get through, but we see now, look, huge pickup, and he's got 1.3 million. A few more weapons in his arsenal now. El Patron again opening up from under the gun, so he's been super active. Probably the table are starting to feel like he could be getting out of line now. As we see on the screen, he's actually had legitimate opens every single time. Chen Sagi, with his new money, has decided he will call with the King-Queen offsuit. Hijack. And now that leaves the door open for Paul Martin with King-Queen offsuit behind. Will he go for a squeeze? Will he let it go? He lets it go. So we'll see folds from the blinds here, I think. King 2 for CLS, probably not good enough to defend three ways. And Chen Sagi with position here, which could be very important against Patron, who we've seen capable of playing somewhat passively post-flop. On a board such as this one, if Patron doesn't elect to fire out a c-bet, which he does not, he is opening the door for Sagi. Sagi will check back his option though. 10-10-4 and a 3 here, so not really hitting particularly hard either of these players' ranges. Looks like Patron just trying to get to showdown here. Sagi unlikely to feel like his hand is good. It feels like he's up against exactly what he's up against. Sagi is happy to let the ace-jack win. Maybe feels like he would get snapped off. Doesn't feel like he could represent much. Also maybe saw that hand with the 9-3 earlier and how the flopped pair in Patron's hand was happy to call it down to the river. I gotta say though, I'm not a huge fan of the King-Queen offsuit call in that spot, particularly if he's not willing to find some bluffs when up against an opponent who's already shown themselves to play somewhat passively and somewhat honestly post-flop. We could have seen a bet there on flop or turn, possibly do the job. Kapitan Kudas here in the chat has observed that the jackets come off, so a prediction that fireworks are coming. We see there 55 players, so they are dropping like the proverbial flies right now. Adria Aurora here with just 13 big blinds under the gun, probably feeling like it's a hand he could maybe do all three with. He could have let it go, he could have opened it, and instead he's actually gone for the shove. This feels like it's rock bottom, probably even below rock bottom of what should go. Obviously with the additional factor of the big blind ante, certainly gives reason to include maybe the worst hand in a conventional range in this spot. But he has gone for it here with the ace-10 off. So far so good, looks like he's going to get through, and he does. So a nice little pickup from Adria just before the blinds get to him. That will keep him afloat for another orbit. To a spot there with the ace-10, I gotta say, probably favour an open myself, but I think it's just about justifiable, particularly if you think there might be a few extra folds from the players behind to get that one in. It feels like the best hand you're not supposed to shove, but with the big blind ante and maybe a couple of tight players at the table, you could just about justify it. Decent hand here for Saggy to open proceedings. King Queen O, definitely a nicer hand if you're the one opening the pot than it is if you're calling. Like to see a min or min plus open here. He goes for the min plus. There's a question in the chat whether Wyszynski here is actually being undersold on his stack. He's obviously there labelled as a million, but he does seem to have one of the bigger stacks. So there is a chance he is actually playing a little deeper. We'll have our team check on that. And Chensagi gets it through in the end. Thank you to Jay Wasello for spotting that with Wyszynski in seat 5. Just eyeballing it, I think you're right. Although we will obviously have to double and triple check it before we change it. Hi there to Trigger Mortiz from Canada in the chat. Lots of napkins as we make our way around the table. All the way around to El Patron here with the suited Queen 9. This looks like a nice hand to open up. Expect him to min or min plus this one. In raise has tended to be his want. Can't see any reason he would change. As we see, the field size dropped to 54 now, so just 6 tables left in this tournament. Remember, over 1,800 players began across 6 day ones. Absolutely massive field. Nice 3-day structure they got though. 40-minute clock here today. So Patron does make it a min raise as we expected. Adria, Aurora in the small blinds. One of those aces you don't like to see. You'd really like a suited wheel ace more than a offsuit ace 7. But he does rate to be good here, and he does have the kind of stack that can get some folds, so he may well take this opportunity. One small factor is he may well take his time over it, because I believe we are on a ladder jump. Looks like he has gone all in, and I think this will get the fold every time here. He has just enough here, 13.5 bigs. Nothing wrong with El Patron raising this one up, absolutely as he should. And Aurora, recognizing that his hand was likely good in a lot of worlds. There was a lot of chips to be won there. Sort of had the perfect hand stack and position to go for that one. And yeah, nice little pickup there. Adds 240k. He's up to 1 million now. Certainly a lot more fold equity on the reshoves when you're doing it with 16 big blinds than when you're doing it with 13. And certainly feel better about opening some hands too. Hi to Jano from Belgium. I hope I pronounced that right. And wow, El Patron with another openable hand. I see there we played 24 hands. Now, I wasn't around for the first 5 or 6 of them, but of the last 18, I feel as though we might have seen El Patron in 12 or 13 of them. He has been the most active figure on this table. This time, recognizing short stacks only behind him, he just shoves in the King Jack from the cutoff, which I like. Yeah, there's been non-stop action from Patron. He's obviously done very well spinning up from 700 or 800k pretty early on, winning 2 big flips all in. Then he picked off a nice little bluff. Since then, things haven't gone quite as smoothly. He's had some resistance, but nonetheless, impressive stuff here from Patron, who sitting rather prettily with 50-ish big blinds in a tournament where the average is probably more like 25 right now. Shinsky, who we have a question mark over his stack size. We have him in there as having 1 million. Certainly an openable hand here with the King Queen under the gun too. He makes it 155, so first player we've seen at this table opt for a larger raise size. He's 2.5xing effectively. And Adria Aurora also with the King Queen, but his are suited, has now the perfect reshoving stack for this type of situation. But of course we haven't seen Tadeusz Raczynski open a hand yet since he arrived at this table an orbit ago. He's opened big as well, so sometimes plays into people's minds that they may not have quite as much fold equity as they think they would normally. Somebody willing to put in 155k, but he does go for it. Oh, and wow, we've a very interesting one right behind now. It could actually be the dream scenario for Adria here, having shoved his 1 million chips over a man who probably covers him, or maybe comfortably covers him. Again, we have the jury out on that one. Sergio Niaga with the best hand, the ace queen offsuit, looks down at his hand with a lot of action before him, and it might actually induce a fold here. Like, it's hard to put Adria on a hand worse than ace queen, although we see that he does have one. He has literally the only one he might have, and isolation comes in here from Sergio Niaga, who probably himself just feels like ace queen is too big to put down. Given where all these raises came, I actually was anticipating, I'll be honest, a fold, a boxy fold from ace queen offsuit here, but not to be. And now actually a pretty easy decision for Raczynski to let this one go. Sergio will be delighted to see the news here. This is literally the best case scenario. He's got it in dominating and one of the kings is already gone. Both of these guys hovering around the million mark. Obviously we see there that Sergio is the one covered, so if a king does come off here or the king queen finds a way to win with straights or flushes, we are saying goodbye to Sergio. I feel as though maybe everybody at the table has just overplayed their hand slightly on this one. Oh, heart is a little bit of good news for Adria. He's got the 10 jack working for him. He's got the hearts working for him. That is a disastrous card. Kills all the back doors, and now it's a king and a king only. We know one of them is already gone. And now Adria will be crippled now. He will be down to less than 3 big blinds. Huge double up for Sergio. Fortune favoured the brave there. He got it in with the ace queen over a raise and a shove. If that was all coming from late position, would make a lot more sense, but given the positions it came from, it does feel as though the ace queen was gambling a little. It's worked out though. You see there Niagu from Romania up to 34 big blinds, 2.1 million. And it's quite spread out after that. Got 3 guys here playing 10 big blinds or less. That is significant. Jimmy Doon, Ivan Shashtun and Adri Aurora in particular going to have to get their chips moving in here in the very near future. Everybody else with a little bit more breathing room. As we see there, El Patron top of the pile. And he's had a good morning so far, hasn't he? Poker player's morning, I should emphasize. Although I'm sure it's the morning somewhere in the world. Well, no help for Mr. Doon, and he is going to see the blinds go through him now. Always a little painful when you're playing the 10 bigs, but there's just not been cards for him to play. He has done the right thing. He's got to let his stack bleed down if there are literally no spots. Has to hope that poker gods will be kind in the next orbit. Raczynski straight back on the horse after opening the last hand. He opened to 155 and ultimately folded, although he was folding to quite a lot of action after he opened to 155. This time he opens to 130 off a shallower stack. He's starting this hand with just over 800k, roughly 14 big blinds. He's going to use the Queen Jack for its blocker value. Throwing a little bet here, but see that right behind him, 3-bet to 355. So he's going nowhere. There's no chance he's folding to Raczynski. Pocket eights are priced in. They may not be priced in against everyone. They are priced in against Raczynski, and Adria Aurora decides this is actually quite a good spot for him with the ace-9 off suit, and as we can see, it actually is. Aurora will probably assume that the 3-bet from Ciela is a stronger hand than ace-9, but he's probably in good shape with 30-something%, and with the dead money plus hopefully the Raczynski money, and that's what he's going to be betting on, he can maybe create a spot where he has the right price or better than the right price. It's exactly what he hoped for. It's in fact probably better than he hoped for, really. He's got a flip ace-9 against pocket 8. Pretty much the best case scenario there. A lot of dead money in the pot here means he can go from 170k all the way up to 620. Essentially a 3.5x, more than a triple up, if he can find an ace or a 9. Run it there, dealer. Well, that's not what he wanted to see. We've seen that when these pocket pairs get in pre-flop today, they tend to make sets. It's not over. It's not over. We have a chance. We have 4 sevens in the deck, although apparently one of them is already gone. So we've 3 sevens in the deck. It's not to be. Sealat will scoop a nice little pot. They're all significant at this stage. Adria, who made his big move with the king, queen suited. Gotta say, I like the move. Gotta say, I feel like he was a little unlucky to get the call from the ace queen behind. I think he could probably feel like that's a hand that could have just about found a fold. Disaster for him, of course, when it didn't, and his failure to get there meant that he was in dire straits. The very next hand presented a reasonable opportunity, it's got to be said, for him, but it wasn't to be. And we have lost another player at this Spanish poker festival. New player has arrived to the table, Sports School. He's brought with him 10 big blinds. Hang on a minute. Or have we just changed the name of one of the players? I'm going to have to check my notes here, guys. It is a popular motif here on the Rozvadov stream that guys will use their nicknames. And it looks like that is indeed what he's done. And why not? Might be his online screen name, might be the name his family call him, his friends call him. Anyway, back to the action. Patron, again, the most active player of the table. I'd like to see his VPIP today. I think it's probably going to be in the 60s or 70s. He's opened things up with the King 10 suited. Nice hand to open it up with. If you are going to include a few more loose opens, this is exactly the right kind of hand to do it with. So I like what I've seen from Patron. Maybe a little bit of post-flop aggression would suit this game a bit more, and we've seen just a tad timidness from him post-flop. But I have to say, I really like the overall strategy of opening a hand like King 10 suited if you are going to throw in a few looser ones. Sergio Niagu, who we see is absolutely fearless, particularly when he's got ace queen in his hand. He has 3 bets, 340k here. I don't think we're going to see anything from Martin with the Jack 9 suited. Going interesting when the action gets back to El Patron. Will he wave the white flag here? Obviously he can be dominated, but he does have a suited Broadway hand, and he is getting a reasonable price here. Well, from what we've seen of El Patron, he tends to like to be the aggressor, and when anyone fights back, he tends to sort of give credit and let his hand go. Credit to Niagu for recognizing maybe how loose Patron has been pre-flop. As I said, we've seen that he's had pretty legitimate hands to open with, but probably them feeling at the table like dynamically he's opening quite loose. Definitely a spot there where you want to 3-bet the ace queen. So we have confirmation that there was no change of player. Jimmy Toon, Jim, has just decided he wants to be known by his nickname, Sports School. So that's indeed what we're going to do. El Patron with another openable hand. Well, I do really strongly feel at this point like the table think he's taken the piss. He has opened, I want to say, more than half the hands when the action has gotten to him unopened. We see that he's been picking up a collection of pocket pairs, his ace jacks, his ace tens, his king 10 suited, even for his cheeky ones, and now again pocket tens. But it's got to be playing into the minds of these guys now, particularly the short stacks, that there may be opportunities. Now, well, here we go. This is a cooler now for El Patron. Sports School has woken up with the Django's. He's got the pocket kings. It's a dream scenario now. As I said, the blinds had just gone through him here. He's in the small blind this hand. He has a perfect opportunity to get himself back into this match. Raczynski's got an interesting one in the big blind pocket twos. He's obviously beating nothing. Maybe feels like gambling. He is also feeling the pain of these blinds going through, being a reasonably large portion of his stack. I feel like he will ultimately make the boxy fold, which he does. Patron will snap call, and Sports School in a great position for a big double up here. We saw him be patient. We saw him willing to let the blinds go through, wait for a real spot, wait for a genuine hand. He didn't try and force it. He has been gifted the Djangos. Will they hold against pocket tens? He's even got the suits covers. That's pretty nice. So far, so good. And a body blow for El Patron, who, to be fair, has not put a foot wrong here, but he is going to have to pass a decent chunk of chips over to Sports School, who has doubled from 520k to, I want to say, roughly 1.2 million. He's now looking at 20 big blinds in front of him. A lot more you can do with that. Patron, riding high there moments ago with 3 million, is probably now back down to around the 2 million mark. He's still in great shape, it's got to be said. And we see there, yeah, Patron 2.3 million. Actually, they're all bunched together. 2.4 million, 2.3, 2.3, 2.3. And then we have a big drop down to Chensagi and Sports School, who are playing 1.2 million. The blinds have just gone up, guys. 40.80k. The price of poker has risen. So just when you get your double up and you feel, oh, this is great, I got 20 big blinds finally. No, you don't. Sports School's going to have to grind that sub 20 big blinds stack for a little longer. And again, these blinds just forcing the action. We see 48 players remaining from a whopping 1,810 player field. The plan will be to take a break at the end of this level. That's going to be another 35, 36 minutes from now. With the bust outs coming thick and fast, we're bound to see a couple more at this table. We'll probably be below 40 players remaining at the end of this level. Well, this hand action has folded around to Martin, who opened things up with the fairly ugly, it's got to be said, A6 offsuit. It does have the blocker potential. It is a nice open. It's also a reasonable fold, it's got to be said. It's right on the line, and probably ultimately your determining factor comes down to how sticky and how loose the players behind you are. I think if you feel like you can get this one through a little more often than you should, it's a good one to open up. Action folds around to Sealat, who has a pretty standard defend with the 9-8 suited, but he's going to let it go. So we saw earlier he wasn't interested in getting involved with the King 4 blind v blind, and we see now that he's not interested in defending his 8-9 also. Definitely worth noting, as I'm sure the players at the table are, that he is one of the tighter people out there. Yeah, we have another call out to check on Tadoish's stack and his graphic, because it is probably, yeah, look at that. We see he has quite a few chips there. We will try and get that looked at the break. I'm going to get Skies. It might be too difficult to do it in running here. Get someone down there to eyeball him. But yeah, it looks like he's playing, well, I assume they're 20 stacks. It looks like he's playing considerably more than the 500 or 600k we're giving him credit for right now. So let's just assume that moving forward and not put him down as one of the short stacks when the action gets to him. That's probably the best way we can proceed, and we'll get that fixed at the break. Sergio Niagu doubled up there just 15 minutes ago and found a cheeky 3-bet, which worked out quite nicely for him. He's up to 2.3 million. That's 30 big blinds right now, and he's opening the Jack 10 suited under the gun. Shashtun, again, patience being rewarded here. Shashtun, remember, was down to less than one big blind a while ago. He's now got the pocket queens all in a spot where he may well get called, because if the action does get round to Niagu, he's going to get a very good price on a call here with the hand that you generally are going to gamble with. Yeah, just way too good a price now that we look at it. So he's going to flick in the call here. Jack 10 is going to have 20% against the queens. Are we going to see a bad beat, or are we going to see Ivan Shashtun make his way from 45k, less than one big blind an hour ago, to a stack of over $1 million? Well, it will be some comeback if it can continue. Well, 3 diamonds working for Shashtun here, but of course the jack on board gives Niagu some hope. Not much has changed with the equities. Going to the river, a jack or a 10. Can't be a diamond. The king of diamonds will seal it for Shashtun, who now jumps to 1.2 million. Would you believe it? 45k only moments ago. He is back in business. Feels good. I think that's exactly, he's saying 4 times. 4 times I've held since that 45k got flicked in. Feels good. Feels very good. I've been there a few times, it got to be said. When you're playing live, you've been grinding all day, you get crippled. You kind of in your mind, you know it's always possible to make a comeback, but you sort of think to yourself, okay, well, that's probably it for today. That's probably this tournament gone. And then you get that glorious spin up. You get those 2 or 3, or maybe even in this case 4 double ups. Some of them were triple ups, and you get yourself back into the mix. It feels very, very good. Definitely feeling the wind at his back. If he can mount a serious, well, he's so excited he won't even look down at his hand here. Does he even know the action's on him? He's still talking about how excited he is about the fact that he is 1.2 million chips and he's still doing well, and now he's just realised the action's on him. Well, who could blame him for being a little bit carried away there, guys? Ciela with the pocket jacks here is going to open things up. His 2.2 million now less than 30 bigs. That blind increase is definitely going to make everybody in the room feel the pinch. Even some of the larger and middling stacks. Now we see that Ciela has been one of the tightest players so far, so maybe that will be picked up upon by, well, El Patron has no decision with the 6-4, but certainly Niagu definitely. Oh, hang on a minute, Ciela made it 290k. Wow, sorry guys, I was anticipating a pretty normal sized raise there. I was thinking Jack 7 might actually be the type of hand you got to defend your big blind with against a min or min plus, but I did not spot that in fact the raise had come in at more than 3x, 3.5x with the pocket jacks. And see that probably just, don't want to be too critical. He's obviously doing well, he's obviously got some big stacks there in front of him, but you probably have to be a bit more willing to play poker here and a bit less scared of getting action with your jacks. Throw out that line. Throw out that line, see if you can catch a fish with those jacks. Well, Tadeusz Rosinski in the hijack, we know he's got more than 522k, guys, so if he does open to like a 160 or a 180 sizing here, 175 is what he's gone for. That's not as weird as it looks, because we do know he's got plenty more chips behind. So let's just disregard his chips behind. Let's assume that he covers most people at the table and proceed with that in mind. Ivan Shashtun possibly has a nice spot to defend with the queen jack here. I would certainly be defending this hand. Feels like a no-brainer here. Doesn't feel like a kind of hand that you want to fold or raise. Just pretty much bang smack in the middle of a nice calling range. Maybe even higher up in the middle. No, he's going to let it go. Respect shown. He'll get shown an ace in reply, which I know probably makes him feel a bit better. Maybe it was ace queen, maybe it was ace jack, but actually it was ace three and your queen jack was in good shape. Yeah, we see the guys in the chats now spotting that 3.6x open with the jacks. They're probably quicker to spot it than I was. I absolutely just took for granted it would be a min open or maybe a slightly larger than min. Didn't see it. Anticipated the jack 7 defend, but of course no chance at that price. So we see the field clock tick down to 44 now. El Patron wakes up with yet another hand. The 10s were not kind to him moments ago. Will they be kinder this time? He's going to open things up. And Shashtun is almost certainly going to reshove this. Ace-Jack suited definitely rates to be better than El Patron's cut-off opening range. I think we should expect this to go in, and we should expect a call. El Patron going to the races. We've seen he's done reasonably well at the races so far. Not so last time out, but very well early in the day, or sorry, early in the coverage, I should say. Well, he probably did reasonably well early in the day as well. Makes the call. Ace-Jack of clubs versus the 2 red 10s. Yet another showdown in this action-packed feature table from Rozvadov Spanish Poker Festival. Big one here for both players. Shashtun, possibly the store. Oh my gosh, the 10s. The sets just keep flopping with these pocket pairs right now. Oh, but hang on a minute. The door is not closed. Club one time. And Shashtun's dream stays alive. Jack will not be good enough. An amazing performance. Bittersweet for Shashtun there. He obviously was crippled an hour and a half ago. Mounted an incredible comeback. Got it in flipping. To have 2 million in chips would have been an astonishing feat back from 45k. Unfortunately for him, the 10s do a big hold. Even surviving what would have been a sweaty run out there for El Patron. But El Patron, he may have taken a small body blow there a few moments ago, but my goodness, is he in a great position for this Spanish Poker Festival right now. Adding a cool million to his stack. He's going to be up in the region of 3.5 million now. Not too shabby. Raczynski. Got a slam dunk open here with the ace-jack suited. Again, playing a stack of undetermined amount. So again, I encourage you there, guys, if you are watching the stream rather than just listening, he is not playing 542k behind, it's considerably more than that. Looks like he's just going to get this one through. Paul Martin, unlikely to consider a sticky defend there with the Queen 6-0, and he doesn't. Another raise and take it for Raczynski. Well, El Patron finally finds a hand he doesn't like to open. Action all the way around to late position here. Chensagi on the button with the 7-6. Probably going to let this one go. He'll be keen to preserve his 12 big blinds for a better spot. And now Paul Martin, blind v blind. I'm pretty sure his stack is not the effective one. Sports school in the big blinds. Likely going to just be a shove here. Keep things simple with the ace-2. Yeah, he does have a cool million, so 13 big blinds. Pretty standard. Blind v blind. Stick the ace-2 in. Definitely don't want to induce action with the ace-2. Want to preserve all the fold equity. That's the best way to play it. And that he does. A reminder for you guys that if you are enjoying coverage from Rozvadov of this Spanish Poker Festival, the final 24 players, maybe slightly more, maybe slightly fewer, but all the way down to the final table, and the final table itself will be played tomorrow on the live stream. You will have Dara O'Carney in the booth, an expert, it's got to be said, in endgame poker strategy. So the perfect person to guide you through all the complicated ICM decisions and whatnot that will undoubtedly be a big part of the calculations of all of these players. Certainly all of the ones who make it down to the last 2 tables or deeper. Always good to have somebody in the booth with that speciality, it's got to be said. ICM modeling plays a big part of pre-final table and final table play. ICM just creeps and creeps and creeps from pretty much this point all the way to the final table, becoming a bigger factor as we go. Plays interestingly into the pre-flop ranges of players, but also to the post-flop action as well. Dara is a great person to have guiding you through all that tomorrow, so I recommend for any poker fans out there, even if you don't know a huge number of these players, you're just a poker fan in general, it's a little bit like going to school, sitting with Dara for a few hours. I know that firsthand now. I've been podcasting with Dara for many years at Chip Race. He does a phenomenal strategy segment in each episode. Teaches people and myself an awful lot. So if you do want to tune in tomorrow and get that free lesson, I recommend it highly. As we see here, Chensagi's taken the spot here. Ace-2 suited. Gotta say it's a brave one. Pocket sixes, Kaiser wouldn't have been loving it here. He opened under the gun 2. Even though the stacks are relatively short here, 10 bigs. Kind of wondering why maybe Kaiser didn't just stick it in himself. But he's seen it a couple of times now that if Chensagi gets a whiff that he can get all his money in first, regardless of what has come before, he is willing to gamble, and gamble he has here with the ace-2 suited. Not much fold equity, it's got to be said. He's going to have to hit an ace, or maybe a king-queen would do the job as well. Board pairing. Sorry, I didn't see the 6. My apologies, guys. These sets just keep coming on every flop, my goodness. Well, that closes the door once and for all. My goodness, these sets are just contagious right now. All of these showdowns, we seem to see a set. So yeah, it was just the king-queen outs as it turned out. The ace was no good. 9 on the turn ended things, and yeah, again, a slightly strange hand is played out there. The fact that effectively 6 is induced. The fact that ace-2 went for it. We did say that Chensagi was living by the sword. Well, he benefited from that with his big move earlier on, but he has died by the sword with a similar move there. And Kitty Tang, I see in the chat, has Dara's satellite book. Well, I gotta say, that might be my favourite of all three books. I think maybe what he's done with the Endgame book is the most advanced. But Dara was a master of the satellite game long before a lot of people really understood some of the fundamental ICM differences. And yeah, I think with that book, he was probably the consummate expert. He was probably one of the best 3 or 4 people in the world at satellites when he wrote that book. And I think for that reason, pound for pound, maybe it will always be his classic and his greatest contribution to poker literature. Although that is to be harsh to Endgame and PKO, which are both excellent books as well. I do recommend them. Yeah, Kitty Tang beats there. If you do play a lot of PKOs in your schedule, I would certainly recommend picking it up. If you are into the more vanilla poker, then you'll get a lot more from Endgame. Dara and Barry Carter, of course, authored them together. Fantastic series, it's got to be said. I know they're working away on a 4th book as well. You see here that Paul Martin has opened things up with the Ace King, just gets it through. So a nice little lull in play. Storvante, my name is David Lappin. I'm a Unibet Poker ambassador. I'm also a podcaster, the Chip Race Poker Podcast. I recommend giving that a listen if you get the chance. My co-host will be on here tomorrow to do the pre-final table and final table coverage of this Spanish Poker Festival. Dara and I are sitting in for Fintan Gavin, who I'm sure a lot of you have gotten used to as the dulcet toned voice of many of these Kings Casino streams. Fintan is doing his day job right now, running a poker tournament. But I'm sure he'll be back to his night job in the very near future. And thank you for that information there. Corby Capitano in the chat has said that Pat Kaiser is a team poker pro. Oh, I'm going to have to pronounce this right. Aconcagua. Aconcagua? I hope I haven't butchered that too badly. And a reminder there of what we are playing for. While there is, it's got to be said, a little lull in the action. It has been so hectic and fast-paced. It's kind of nice to catch your breath for a moment. A reminder there, we are playing for 60,000 euros again. I cannot get over that first prize when you consider these guys all stumped up just 250 bucks. 35k for second, 25k for third, 18k for fourth, and remember the top 4 all also pick up a $10,350 WSOP Europe ticket. I believe the schedule for the WSOP is out. I imagine the WSOP E schedule might be out already too. I think I got word that that came out in the last day or two, so check it out, guys. It's obviously an excellent sweetener for these guys that top 4 will pick up that extra 10k seat bonus. Phenomenal opportunity to have a big score. Rosinski has an openable Queen 10 suited here. As we see, his stack has been altered to 2.9 million. I think that is going to be reflective of the stack he has in front of him. So thank you to the guys out there in the chat who spotted that early. We were able to fix it. It's a team effort here, guys. And from what we've seen before, when Rosinski opens things up, he tends to get a lot of respect, gets the raise through a fair bit, but in this spot, Pat Kaiser, who we know is a professional poker player, playing 3.3 million, he's more than happy to get sticky with the king high. Nice flop here for Raczynski, who I would expect to see bet here, probably in the region of 35–40%. Something around 200k would be nice. I think he might have gone slightly larger. 235, still in the ballpark of 50% there. It's pretty nice c-bet, and yeah, paddock guys are just not enough to really continue there. Bad diamond, not going to be enough. For those of you just tuning in now, this is the Spanish Poker Festival Day 2 coverage. My name is David Lappin. I will be taking you through to roughly 24 players remaining tonight. That's going to be this level and 3 more. Might even be more than that. Who knows, guys? Although I gotta say, they are falling like the proverbial flies right now. 41 players. We're down to the last almost 2% of the field. As we see Sports School take up with the very attractive King Queen suited. Good enough to see his 12 bigs get into the middle. He got his double up with the Pocket Kings against El Patron's Pocket 10s just a few moments ago. But as we see there, even though that put him up to 1.2 million, just the blinds going through once are enough to take a significant dent out of that stack. Gets this one through and he's back up around 1.2 million now, you would guess. So just 40 players remaining now. 5 tables of 8. We are playing 9-handed, so we will break a table when we get to 36. And with each table that breaks, just a little bit more stress, a little bit more tension gets injected into proceedings as these guys start to dream of that 60,000 euros plus 10k bonus first prize. Kaczynski with the Django's. Very happy to open this one up. He's been just switching up his bet sizes. We've seen him 2.5x, we've seen him 2.1x, 2.2s. He likes to change it up a little bit. A little bit of randomness there. Patron, well, these guys are playing deep. Patron could consider a flat here from the cutoff. Maybe do a little bit of set mining. They're playing roughly 40 big blinds effective. I think I prefer a fold if I'm honest. You can get set over setted fairly easily in this game. But it does look like a set mine is what he's gone for. It could be a board mine too on certain board textures. He might be able to navigate his way in position. The action falls down to Martin, who does have a suited gapper. 7-3 suited, probably a call by the book. It's got to be said, but you wouldn't blame him for folding. You really have to play so well and find the right number of bluffs and play so balanced post-flop if you are going to put these light calls into your pre-flop calling range. And sometimes if you don't have the feeling that you can do that, if you don't feel like 3 ways you can find enough bluffs, you can find enough ways to win, then it's actually better off to probably let the very bottom hands go, and that would be one of them. As we see there, he would have flopped quite nicely with a double gutter, but these sets just keep coming, guys. These sets do not stop flopping, and El Patron won't like that ace on board, but wisely does decide to bet out, because I think that is the right way to proceed in this hand. You got to sort of still put the bet out there. He's not going to know he's up against the pocket 5s. Because pocket 5s and pocket 4s are both hands that wouldn't always call in Patron's seat. So in a lot of worlds, facing that very small bet, I think Raczynski's still going to maybe ascertain that he's probably going to put him on an ace, let's be honest. He's probably not putting him on the 5s or the 4s, but he is probably putting him on the ace jacks and the ace queens. And you know, maybe, just maybe, we'll have to let it go. There will be some diamond combinations in there too. certainly plausible to think that Patron might be in there with the 10 jack of diamonds. That would be very likely to play the hand exactly as we've seen. So probably should get sticky once on balance, but not on the river. So this is the key point in the hand here. Don't mind Raczynski's small c-bet, actually really like it. Don't mind the check call here, actually really like it. But I gotta say now, okay, the draws have missed, but we see Patron has boated up. But I think if Patron bets here, Raczynski should replay the hand in his mind, and again, almost certainly not put him on pocket fives, but put him on an ace queen or an ace jack and realize that his kings are no good. Yeah, Mariak in the chat saying Patron's on fire. He certainly is. My God, the amount of sets we've seen, and I think he accounts for about half of them. Oh, we see a chunky bet does go out there. Looks like $1 million plus. 1.2 million is the number. And clearly he's targeting hands like, well, I suppose any ace plays the queen, so it's kind of nice in that sense that, like, if Raczynski's in here with ace 10, ace jack, he is playing the queen kicker. It's very unlikely that El Patron wouldn't re-raise the ace king, so it is quite a nice sizing to try and get the maximum number of calls for a chunky price. I think in the end Raczynski's going to piece this one together, realise that he got very unlucky with his pocket kings and toss it away, probably feeling like ace jack or ace queen have managed to overtake him. Oh, well, he is threatening to get sticky here. Replaying the hand in his mind, he's got to feel like the only hands he can really beat here are maybe like a king jack of diamonds, a jack 10 of diamonds. That's sort of the only thing it could be. So excellent fold from Raczynski. He's played it superbly well. He's trying to get a look. Go on, give us a look, he says. I think Patron might show. No, he doesn't. No, he did a little tease as he switches hands to Raczynski's side. But no, he won't let him see. I guess he'll see it in a little while, maybe at the break. But very well played from both players, I got to say there. Really like both lines. Yeah, Jay Wisello immediately points out that it's just 30 minutes delay, so in 30 minutes he can live with himself. Never a bad idea to make the guy sweat for those 30 minutes, so it's got to be said. But I think he can be pretty sure. He'd probably be a little bit surprised to see the pocket fives, but probably presumes it's ace-x, and he was behind. Field is down to 38 players. Guys, we've lost 2 more players on the outer tables. And if we do play to 24, which is the plan, it might come sooner than I thought. My anticipation here was we will be playing to big blind 160k. That's 3 more 40-minute levels after this one. That's 2 more hours. Well, it will inevitably slow down a little bit as we approach 24, but we're moving like a train at the moment. Eska in the chat has said Mr. Raczynski is never lucky. He's a very good player, and in fact was very unlucky. Well, he was very unlucky in that hand, but he also played the hand really, really well. I think he probably made sure that he got the right amount of chips in and took the line that would have won him chips in the long run, but in the end ascertained that he was indeed behind on the river and sort of played the hand flawlessly, it's got to be said. Yeah, certainly the ace saved him now. Again, responding to Eska in the chat. Yes, had that board been Jack 5-4, we might have been saying goodbye to him, even with both players having enormous stacks, 3 million, 40 big blinds right now. 40 big blinds, still just 40 big blinds, and if, you know, set against an overpair, it's going to get in for 40 big blinds a lot, particularly on a board with 2 diamonds. I think, yeah, I think we would have been looking at if not an all-in, certainly a bigger car crash. As Patron would have won a huge pot. But the board was the board, ace 5-4. I guess the ace was probably the scary part for Raczynski, and that was enough. So we have a few big stacks all in a row now at this table. Raczynski, El Patron and Patek Kaiser all playing 3 million in or around. So there's a little bit of room for deep stack poker. Well, I say deep stack. Reasonable stack poker between those guys. I say that only because it has been a short stack shove fest for the last hour and a half. Very entertaining, it's got to be said. Action-packed feature table. My hunch is a lot of these tables would have been action-packed though, seeing the numbers tick away as quickly as they have. Niagu opens up the King 5 suited. He's got the blocker suited hand, pretty nice. But he's actually got 3-bet here, out of position by the big blind Raczynski to 3-5-5. A very curious amount, it's got to be said. He's basically just doubled Niagu's open. So Niagu being laid an insanely good price right now. Being laid like 5-1, 4-1, 4-1 probably. And that's going to be hard to fold any hand at 4-1. Raczynski with the ace-9. I'll be honest, probably prefer just a defend here. I think a defend is solid. You could shove it against Niagu. Niagu's obviously playing 1.5 million, so he's got about 20 bigs. But in the end, the small raise works. There's a little bit of leveling here. It's certainly a more unusual line. Out of position, you would generally go a lot bigger. But the small raises maybe spooked his opponent, and Niagu felt like he could have been in big trouble there. It's maybe a super premium hand. Well, I was short selling El Patron a moment ago. I said he was playing above the 3 million mark. He's actually crossed the 4 million mark. Obviously there was that big showdown a little while ago, and then he did win a nice enough pot with the pocket fives a moment ago. Action round this time to Paul Martin in the cutoff with the ace-2 suited. Perfect hand to open. And he's suited, he's got the blocker. Raczynski with the pocket eights. Well, we've seen him 3-bet the ace-9, a small sizing. What sizing will he go for here? I'm curious to see. Looks like about maybe 440k. So again, a pretty small sizing, it's got to be said. Okay, bigger than the last time, but still very small. This is the last hand before the break. We see the guys are standing up now. Paul Martin being laid a very, very good price, it's got to be said, but similarly might be getting spooked this time by a small 3-bet from the small blind. And he's going to let it go. Tosses it away, and a couple of nice 3-bet pickups there from the very active Raczynski in the last couple of orbits. He has certainly been the one to watch for the last little while. He got unlucky there with his kings, but undeterred has come back fighting in the last couple of hands. Ace-9 and pocket eights, not necessarily the premium hands you would expect. A small 3-bet out of position, but he took both of them as 3-bet spots. He spooked his villains on both occasions with the sizing, got the raises through, and he will be walking away feeling pretty good about himself. Almost 3 million. Now we see Patron with 4 million, Paddock Kaiser at 3.2 million. We're going to take a 15-minute break, guys. In fact, 13 minutes and 42 seconds. We will see you then.
can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Welcome, welcome, guys. We are back. Kings Casino Rozvadov for day 2 of the Spanish Poker Festival. It has been a barnstorming last couple of hours, it's got to be said. So many all-in, so many flop sets. A lot of bust outs. We are down to less than 40 players now. El Patron, top of the pops here on our feature table. 38 big blinds, 3.9 million. It's going to be easy to work out the big blinds and the stacks for the next level. We're playing 50, 100k. With a 100k ante. We have not changed up the feature table, so you'll be watching the same band of heroes and villains that treated us to, it's got to be said, some quality poker entertainment for the last 2 hours. The plan is to play down to 24. They may go longer than that. They may go shorter than that, depending on how quickly the bust outs come. Overnight chip leader, day 1 chip leader, Tadeusz Rzyński is still in the mix. He has over 3 million in chips. He is at our feature table. But as impressive as he has been, and he has been impressive, it must be said that star of the show in those 2 hours was the man looking at his cards in the big blind right now, El Patron. He just 2 short hours ago was sitting with a little over 600k. He's now looking at the guts of 4 million as we see a multi-way pot take place here. Jack 10, loose little open here from Paul Martin with the Jack 10. Tadeusz Rzyński, who I mentioned there a moment ago. Flats on the button with the pocket sixes, and El Patron defends his big blind with the 5 deuce of clubs. Not much for anybody, it's got to be said, on this King 7-3 rainbow. Some backdoor potential for El Patron. Rzyński maybe only looking at 1 overcard of significance in the king. May decide to get sticky here against this Paul Martin c-bet. But it is hard with the player behind. You're kind of sandwiched. You need to have a better hand 3 ways to continue. This c-bet from the Jack 10, which really doesn't have a lot going for it, I guess, bar the couple of backdoors with the 8-9 or the Ace Queen. But it's a neat little c-bet. It looks like the sticky Rzyński is going to test him out. In fact, it looks like he's gone for raising chips. Well, a very interesting decision here from Rzyński to raise it up to 575k. A sort of a feel it out, figure out where I'm at sort of bet, it's got to be said. A little old school. But we've seen some old school 3-bets here from Rzyński, who seems to be able to put the pressure on without putting big amounts of chips into the pot. Small raises are a theme right now, and they're getting the job done, it's got to be said. Rzyński decides that taking the passive line there with pocket sixes was probably just going to be too dark tunnely. Decided, well, I'm going to figure it out right here, right now, if my hand could be good. And he figured out that it was. So credit to him. One extra component to the next session of play will be all of these guys will have had an opportunity to maybe consult their rail. Some friends who maybe are out there watching the live stream on a half-hour delay, figuring things out for them. They've been able to relay that information at the break. Maybe give them some reads on their opponents. So possibly some additional dynamical stuff will come from that. We see Paul Martin, undeterred from the last hand, is going to open up a much more legitimate, it's got to be said, ace-jack suited here. He's in an earlier seat, but it is a much prettier holding. And it looks like it might get all the way through. No, it's not. Patakaiser's got a standard defend here with the ace-10-0. He's going to call. I'm going to take it to the streets. Well, a fascinating flop here. Paul Martin has the inside royal draw, and Patakaiser has actually outflopped him with the ace-10. So I can't imagine either player going anywhere right now. Seems like a good board for Martin to fire out a very small c-bet. He knows against any hand, really. He's got lots of equity, so he can't be fearing a raise too much. If he gets raised, he can stick it in, maybe with some fold equity on the 3-bet shove. This can also get the job done against a lot of Patakaiser's range. Patakaiser's in here with maybe a small pocket pair. This isn't the kind of board he would like to continue with, say, 4s or 5s or 6s. Could get the job done in that situation. Can also deprive a little bit of equity if he is ahead. As it stands, Patakaiser has a slam dunk flat. He's going nowhere. And, well, are we about to see a royal flush, guys? On the live stream, in Rozvadov. Not yet, if we are. The 9 has changed very little about this hand. Paul Martin knows he's still got a lot of equity against anything. But once checked, he could consider checking back here. It's a reasonable hand to bet again. Remember, he has a lot of ways to win going to this river. He can tell a story that puts a lot of pressure on a 10x holding. But with that board sort of getting a bit more coordinated, with the Queen Jack getting in, it's kind of maybe a bit more deft to go for the check. He can always bluff river if he's given the opportunity, and he may be given that opportunity in a moment. It feels like Patakaiser's got a pretty close one between going for a check call and going for some thin value himself. I probably prefer a check call if I've got to pick one of those two options, but he likes the aggressive option and he is going for some value, maybe targeting, I don't know, pocket 8s, Queen 10 suited. So this is the problem, there's not a lot of great targets if you're in Patakaiser's shoes, and maybe, just maybe, you'd be better off check calling and maybe getting some bluffs, sort of really representing that 10 and maybe trying to get your opponent to get you off. In any case, we didn't get a royal flush. Instead we got a nice little pot for the poker professional Patakaiser, who is the Aconcagua, or Cagua, perhaps. As you can see on his shirt, emblazoned the logo. He represents that group. Whereas Paul Martin just representing Puma, the great sports brand. Raczynski's got the 6-7 suited. I feel like he's going to open this up from the hijack. Wind at his back. There are some deeper stacks behind him, which makes it more appealing to open a hand like 6-7 suited. If he was sort of looking at a row of 15 big blind stacks, which it has often been on this feature table, this would be a lot less appealing. But I think opening into some, 30 plus big blind stacks is a reasonable one to throw in. You want to have some board coverage, maybe not throw it in every time, maybe pick a suit, maybe have some frequency that you raise it up here with the 6-7. Patron is going to go for the 3-bet though, on the button, power of position. He's got the king queen off, and a neat and tidy 3-bet will probably get the job done here. If it doesn't, we are going to a flop with a lot of chips in the pot, and despite the fact that these guys are two of our deeper stacks, we will have a fairly shallow stack to pot ratio. We will be looking at a stack to pot ratio of 2 if they go post flop. They do not. Raczynski decides, I try to steal it with the 7-6, it didn't work, and sometimes it's best to let those go. He has been going very well so far, so no reason to get out of line in this hand. So Looks like we are definitely down to 36 players, given the fact that we have, even though we don't have it on screen right now, we have 2 players moving into this table. Some fresh blood. And play is being held up for the second player. Looks like he's being dealt in. Banana in hand. Of course, an important potassium boost may be required as we enter the wee hours. We are now after midnight in Central Europe. €250 each of these players paid for their initial stacks. We had 6 day ones, 1,810 entrants. There are just 35 remaining. That is less than 2% of the field. It has taken a little over a day and a half to get there, but we have definitely got down to what I would say is the business stage of this tournament now. Gonzalo Perez has brought a very, very large stack, 5.7 million. We haven't seen a stack that big yet to this feature table. He's immediately opening up the ace-10 of spades, but he has run into it here. See a lot. The tightest player at this table, I would be willing to bet, having been watching this stream for 2 hours, having seen a couple of the folds he made pre, Cielet, definitely one of the tighter guys. He's 3-betting to 525k. Now the question is, does Gonzalo know that? If Gonzalo has his spies out there, it is certainly fair to say that they will have been informing him that this ace-10 needs to go in the bin, but as played, action gets round to the big blind here, David Trueba, who's got a pretty attractive ace-queen of his own. And remember, he's only got 9 big, so he is looking for a spot, but you know, when an under the gun opens and a middle position 3-bets, doesn't feel like ace-queen can be good anymore. Feels like the best case scenario is by shoving, you're flipping and getting the other player out. But it's hard to let 10 big blinds go another orbit without getting it in when you've seen a hand as good as ace-queen. Frustrating there, written all over the face, as he's probably not seen a hand as good as ace-queen for a while. But he does make an excellent fold, it's got to be said there. Now, as I said, Gonzalo, action back on him. 300k to call. It looks like a good price right now, but if he has had his spies out there telling him, well look, I've been watching these guys on the feature table, and I've got to say, this Cielet guy from Austria, he's not getting out of line. In fact, he's making some big folds pre-flop, and when he's 3-betted, he's had the goods. With that read, he'd be letting this go, but it looks like Gonzalo is tempted. No, he does make the right decision in the end. Felt like it was very close. Felt like he really wanted to peel off a flop there and, you know, play a fairly shallow pot post-flop, but he does make the right decision in the end. And fair play to him for that. I mentioned there, guys, that these players ponied up 250 bucks each. Not the biggest buy-in you're ever going to see in Rozvadov, it's got to be said. But my goodness, look at these payouts. For 250 quid, main event here on the Spanish Poker Festival, you could walk away with 60 grand plus a 10k WSOP Europe seat if you finish this tournament in first place. There's also 35k plus a seat for second, 24k plus a seat for third, and 18k plus a seat for fourth. They're the really, really tasty spots. Actually, there's a little bit of additional ICM from 5 to 4 tomorrow for Dara O'Kearney to commentate on. That extra seat, it does add quite a bit to fourth place prize money. Back to the action here. Sports School, our player from the Netherlands, has shipped it in here under the gun +1 for just 12 big blinds. He's been sort of in the 6 to 12 zone for pretty much his entire appearance at this feature table. And it looks like El Patron is going to consider it. Don't think he should be considering this for very long, I gotta say. 12 big blinds under the gun, 1 here from Sports School, Ace Jack. I'm not saying he wouldn't go with a few hands worse than Ace Jack, I'm sure he would, but King Queen in the middle and nowhere here with 4 players to act behind him. I think you gotta let this go. I think you gotta let go King Queen suited here as well. I think this is a hand where you probably need Ace Jack suited, Ace Queen to call. Maybe even find a fold with Ace Jack suited. Let's be honest, it's a tough one. So I don't think King Queen should really have been that much of a decision. It is going to fold all the way around. Sports School is going to get this through and be up to 1.45 million. He's got a little bit of breathing room now. A little bit more fold equity on a 3-bet shove. All of these players right now guaranteed 1,315 euros. Not a bad return for your 250 bucks, but my goodness, with those top prizes up for grabs, you got to assume all of these guys are dreaming of a final table tomorrow. Well, today's Raczynski came into today as the chip leader. He had about $1 million. You see now he's got 4 million in front of him. He has shown a willingness to open hands like the Queen 10 suitor we've just seen him fold. Perhaps just slightly too early position for him to fancy a cheeky open there, but we've seen similar in the past. Definitely a little bit more randomness and unpredictability from Raczynski, it's got to be said. Makes him a difficult player to play. So a battle of the blinds here. Gonzalo with the Queen 4. Expected limp in a lot of the time. In fact, he is going to shove this. Sorry, and I neglected to spot that Paul Martin only has 13 big blinds behind. Well, Queen 4 is pretty bottom of the range there to shove, but I think he probably recognises a few more folds maybe in Martin's range as well. Decides to pounce there. 1 big card. I thought Martin had closer to 20 bigs and that seemed reckless, but actually on reflection with just 13 bigs it feels just about right. Paul Martin did have 2.2 million at the start of this level, but he did lose a couple of small pots since, and that's why he is down in the 12-13 big blind zone now. Expect a cheeky little open here from Kaiser with the Ace-5 suited. Always a pretty hand to mix in to your opening range from any seat, really. Ace-5 suited's probably the nut weak hand to throw into an opening range, particularly when the stacks are distributed as they are with some short stacks around. The blocker value of that ace and the suitedness far more important than the suited connectedness of a lot of other hands or small pairs, which diminish considerably in value. Action folds all the way around to Sports School, who's got an interesting decision here, it's got to be said, with the Ace-4 of diamonds. Probably got to be a call, but no, he's gone for it. He's gone for the big shove here. Credit to him. Kaiser's opened this one from relatively early, and perhaps recognizing that Kaiser, one of the looser players at the table, Sports School decides, do you know what? When you shove from the big blind, when you're getting such a good price to call, it does look a little bit more convincing and you might get an extra fold or two. think he's got just enough to get this through here for 13 big blinds. It doesn't feel like a good call from Patakaiser, even though we see it would be one. I think he probably needs a hand much closer to the ace 10 and ace jacks. Ace 5 certainly doesn't feel like it's really in the picture here, but he's giving it some thought. Perhaps he knows what sports school could be at. No, he does let it go. A little bit of Hollywood there. Never felt like it was going to be a call, to be honest. So 31 players remaining. As we said, we're only going to play down to 24. They may well change their mind on that play a little bit later, so buckle in, guys. We could be here for a little bit longer. As I mentioned before, Dara O'Carney and myself are filling in for Fintan Gavin, who would normally be taking it through this Spanish Poker Festival final 2 days. Fintan is organising some poker in Ireland, so I am in the booth today. And my Chip Race co-host Dara O'Carney will be in the booth tomorrow. You're in a safe pair of hands, I gotta say there, guys. Dara, an expert at final table play, an expert at live play. He is the most cashed man in Ireland. May well have the most final tables of anyone in Ireland. I'm going to guess he probably has that record as well. And literally wrote the book on endgame poker strategy as it applies to tournaments. So, as I said, a safe pair of hands for tomorrow. But I am more than happy to be bringing you through the latter stages of day 2 here as we play down to just over 1% of the field. Sergio Niagu has shoved the pocket tens here for 1.2 million, 12 big blinds. Seems pretty reasonable. It is a hand he could consider constructing an opening strategy off. He could maybe with 12 bigs have some open folds. But he has gone for the shove and, well, wow, this is extraordinary. David Trueba from Spain with 915k, 9 big blinds, has decided to make his stand right here, right now with the ace 3 of hearts. Facing an all-in shove from Sergio Niagu under the gun 3, early middle position. He has decided that he is ahead of Niagu's range. Well, Trueba folded the ace queen there a few moments ago, possibly frustratedly, as he saw his short stack get shorter. This really doesn't feel like the right moment to make your stand. It feels like pure gamble, I gotta say. Niagu with the pocket tens probably figured he was in a flip scenario, or maybe was ahead of a nines or an eights. Certainly didn't think ace 3 was ever there. Well, an ace or a jack to save Trueba. Now we have eliminated David Trueba, who, it's got to be said, maybe a moment of madness, maybe a moment of frustration, maybe a poor read on Nuega, who he thought was perhaps doing it a little bit lighter, maybe with a king queen or a king jack. But sort of hard to fathom that one, it's got to be said. And they may be discussing it right now. Niagu obviously delighted to see that he was in a 70-30 and delighted to hold and now be up to 2 million, where he has much more weapons in his arsenal. But perplexing hand, it's got to be said. I think on reflection, Trueba might regret that moment, not just because of the outcome, but because of the decision. He made a great fold with the ace-queen just a few moments earlier, but perhaps his patience finally ran out. Niagu immediately looking down at another Broadway ace. This is a reasonable one to open. It's a reasonable one to let go as well off this stack. You could do either. It's basically bottom of the range. Seems okay to take either option. It's got to be said, when faced with close decisions and either option, so far today Niagu is generally elected to go the aggressive line, and he's going to do it again. He's going to min plus to 210k, 2.1x pot. And Sports School, with exactly the kind of hand we've seen him be very happy to gamble with here. He's got a king and a queen offsuit. He has 16 big blinds. He had a legitimate 3-bet shoving spot there, which he has turned down. In the end, the action has folded around to CLS, who we know is pretty tight here. He does decide to call in the big blind with the 7-8 suited, as he should. I only say it because we've seen him make tighter folds than this one. Has played Sergio Niagu, has been checked to, is going to fire a little c-bet here with, I guess, a hand that has some backdoor potential. And CLS really whiffing completely here on the Queen 9 deuce, going to let it go. Well, he hasn't yet, but given what we have seen, it would be extraordinary if CLS chose this moment to get out of line. He's giving it some pause. Curious tank there, maybe trying to pick up something from Niagu, maybe trying to set something up for later. Maybe trying to get a bit of TV time, who knows? Niagu looking down at the 5-6 suited. Certainly a hand that the solver loves in a lot of situations. Probably not this one though. 6-5 suited, definitely one of the hands that solver output suggests should be thrown in there more frequently than people realise. Action round to Raczynski with the Jack-5 of hearts. He might decide to open this one up. He doesn't, but it would not have surprised me given Raczynski's willingness to get in there and gamble with his table mates. Cialat has decided to show. It's a different Cialat right now. My goodness, what is going on here? 21 big blinds, all in with the 10-7. Someone had a double espresso at the break. My goodness. Cialat is like a different player right now, guys. We're literally looking at the guy who folded King 4 blind be blind, who folded his big blind on 2 occasions when he had pretty slam dunk defense. I think one of them was 8-9 suited, or one maybe was 8-9 off. But again, situations where you would assume that he would have got in the mix with some calls, played down the streets, and now he's You know, he had the jacks earlier on as well, and he decided to 3.5x that one, sort of playing them a little bit scared, frankly. And now the same player has gone on a 15-minute break, and he's come back and he's fighting. Now, he's going to get a lot of credit because everyone will have gotten the read that he was extremely tight from the last 2-hour block. So it is very possible he could exploit that image for the next little while, but that was a bit of a potential kamikaze there with the 10-7 and 2.1 million. A nice open for Sports School. I'd like to see him min this one or min click it. No, he's going to let it go with the Queen Jack. I quite like a hand like that to construct 16 big blind opening range. I think you want to put hands like that in and have a few suited aces, maybe a couple of suited kings, and then have a couple of those Broadway cards. Sort of work quite well as opens in this situation. But he does let it go, which opens the door for Raczynski to open things up with the ace-7 of diamonds. Action falls round to Kaiser, who also has the ace-7. Well, the ace-7 of diamonds, the diamonds are working for Raczynski here on this 8-5-3 board. There is one diamond. He also has the advantage of being the pre-flop aggressor. He'll just fire out here. If it's a small bet, which it isn't, it's 350k. I was going to say if this is a small 20%er, Kaiser would probably have a pretty tough decision. He might have to get sticky for a very small bet on that board texture with his own backdoor potential, his own ace-high potential, his equity in a number of different ways. But in the end, a larger bet coming in on, I guess, a weather lower board from Raczynski gets the job done. We're down to 27, so the bust outs keep happening on outer tables. 1.5% of this field. The cream is rising to the top. And see a lot now with the ace-king. Well, we saw him shove the 10-7 blind v blind a moment ago. Interested to know what he'll do with this ace-king. If history repeats, it will be a larger raise than anyone else has been opening for at this table. Obviously, I would like to see him just do a standard 2.1, 2.2, something like that. He goes for 2.6. Well, okay, that's better than 3.5 bigs. But, looks like he's just going to get it through. Another little pass. See how that chips up to 2.6 million now, so his engines are roaring. Shout out to the 300 plus viewers out there. Really appreciate you guys tuning in on a Sunday night. Some of you are probably midway through or at the tail end of your Sunday grinds. Best of luck to you if you are. Let us know if you have any deep runs. Pop them in the chat. We wish you all the best and thank you for tuning in, even if you're only listening while clicking buttons on the side. You're more than welcome. How many? I'm delighted to be here tonight. Gave me a break, didn't have to do a Sunday grind tonight. Had a Sunday off, which is a rare thing for an online poker player. But very happy to do this, get in the mix here for the Spanish Poker Festival. give a little dig out to my friend Fintan Gavin. Pave the way for my close friend and colleague Dara O'Carney, who will be in the box tomorrow. So again, I want to strongly recommend you guys tune into that, particularly late on. If you're at work tomorrow and you only get in late, you might still get in time for the final table, and I would strongly recommend you check out his final table coverage. Dara is the author of Poker Satellite Strategy, PKO Poker Strategy, and Endgame Poker Strategy, the ICM book. Fabulous trilogy he wrote with Barry Carter. Best-selling, probably, if not the best-selling trilogy of books over the last few years, right up there. I know a couple of other good books like Michael Acevedo's book, and maybe one or two others have sold well in the strategy space, but I would reckon Dara O'Carney and Barry Carter are right at the top of that list. I know they have sold 11 or 12,000 copies of their books. So there's probably plenty of them in the homes of people out there. You can get them all on Amazon, I know. I'm sure Dara will be plugging it tomorrow. I've been doing a decent job of plugging them for him today. I promise you I don't get a piece. As we take a look here on the flop, Sports School has flopped well. 2 overs, backdoor, straight draw, flush draw. He's got a lot going for him here. Gonzalo, on the other hand, in the big blind. Not a huge amount. He's got a good shot to the small straight. He's got backdoor flush. 1 over card. It is absolutely possible, though, that he will peel 1. If Sports School makes it like 180k here, which is kind of a good sizing, to be honest. I could see Gonzalo taking 1 off. Looks like he's gone a little bigger. So into 570. Sports School looks like he has bet 310. So he's gone big on this texture. His hand would want to go big, but I don't know if his range would. So it's an interesting one here. I guess he's probably viewing this one as if I put 310 in here and I get called, I'm basically betting pot on the turn, regardless of what turn comes. And actually that's a pretty solid plan for Sports School, because he gives himself a good chance to win on both streets without showdown. So yeah, I quite like this. I think Gonzalo definitely has to consider a call here to a smaller bet, but to that sizing I think he can let it go. He does. I don't know if you can pick it up in the background, guys. I definitely can, but we have someone singing at the top of their voice on an outer table. I'm not sure it's the greatest voice I've ever heard. The chap may have one note in his head that wobbles, but in any case, these guys are being serenaded here on the featured table. "27 players remain, 3 tables of 9. One of them is going to walk away with 70,000 euros. That's 60,000 euros and a 10k seat to the WSOP Europe, which of course will be after the WSOP this summer. Usually right after. So I'm going to guess they're back here in late July, maybe. The schedule is up, so you can fact check me on that stuff, guys. But very exciting for somebody who got into a tournament for 250 bucks to think they could walk away with 60 grand and a huge opportunity to win millions. We are 1 bust out from a pay jump. I've been reliably informed. 26 will get 1630, so an extra 300 bucks. Nothing to sniff at. It's another buy-in. Occasionally you will see that slow down play. I can't imagine it affecting things much. 1 buy-in, probably not the kind of ladder jump that anyone's going to factor in too hugely. Probably should if you're in the tank knowing you're calling something off, but definitely not. And better to proceed with normal play, I think, in most worlds. Well, we see here, open from El Patron, and Gonzalo Perez flicks it a call with the 4-3 suited, and he gets quite a nice board here. He's up and down. El Patron, who we've seen not always keen to show post-flop aggression when he misses, is going to fire out with his king high here on the 10-5-2 rainbow. We know Gonzalo is going nowhere. The question is, will he raise, turning his hand into a semi-bluff, or will he call? He's out of position, but this is the kind of board where you could call and then lead out on a lot of turns. Quite like that line myself. But it looks like it's a raise, and it's a small raise. 575, so he's sort of clicked it back. Now, El Patron with a lot of hands would have to be sticky against this click back, but actually he's probably got one of the weakest hands he could possibly have here. Obviously a little bit of backdoor potential. He's got 2 overcards. He's getting a great price now, but this small raise does look quite strong. Although, as we've seen from quite a few hands now, these small raises are not strong. These small raises are actually little feeler outer bets. Well, I like the principle of raising that spot and that hand. Probably would have gone a little bit larger myself, but the small one gets the job done, as it often has. Maybe it is part of the meta game of Spanish poker right now that these small bets are in vogue. And with that, Gonzalo up over the 50 big blind mark again, 6.1 million. He's chip leader at this table. I don't know if he's chip leader overall, but he's got to be in the top 3, you would think. Well, once again, Cielat waking up with the goods. He's got the Django's, 2 red kings, and again, big line is 120 now, so it has gone up a little bit, but I'd like to see him just make a small raise. Looks like he's gone 260. Okay, that's good. At big blind 120, 260 is basically a min plus, so that's a nice sizing here from Cielat. He wants action with these kings. Pocket kings are a gift from the poker gods right now, so you want to do everything you can to keep interested parties in the mix. It's not going to be an interested party in Gonzalo here with the 7 high. He's going to dump this one, and maybe, just maybe, there will be a hand in the blinds that will want to go to war with Cielat. Paul Martin with 10-9 won't. Sports School with the 10-5 of clubs. Well, he is suited. He is getting a good price. He's up against one of the tighter players who, in fairness, has changed gears since we came back from the break. I think that's a good fold on balance, even though the book may well say 10-5 suited is a defend in that situation. I think when you factor in the tightness of your opponent and just how maybe precise and well you have to play post-flop, it's never easy. I certainly don't mind to see anyone shave off the absolute worst hands in a calling range. It's a very small error in equity pre-flop to just like let go that 1/10 of a big or whatever it is, whereas if you really don't feel confident about your ability to construct leading ranges, check raise, turn bluffing ranges, and all this kind of stuff, you can play it a lot more unprofitably by taking it to the streets and not playing it well after that. El Patron most likely going to open things up here with the ace-9 of hearts. He's been a little quieter the past hour, but my God, he had the busiest hour and a half there from when the stream started until now. It was a wild ride watching him make hand after hand after hand, take his stack from 600k to 4 million. Well, he's opened this one up, and he may well have a customer in Jorge Salas. King Queen offsuit. Probably makes a better 3-bet than flat, but can be either. He has chosen to flat. And that might bring in Gonzalo Perez, who also has the King Queen. He's in the cutoff now. These guys are all fairly deep. Although it's interesting there, El Patron with 3.1 million is only 25 big blinds now. Such are the escalating bigs. Gonzalo possibly considering a squeeze. He can probably find an amount where he doesn't commit. If he chooses an amount somewhere like 850k, 870k, that's probably the number where he can fold to a shove. But also lean into both of these guys and their ranges, possibly picking up a very nice hand in the process with almost a 1-to-1 return. If he puts in more than 850, 890, you've got to feel like he is pricing himself in. But again, as is the in vogue and a bit of a theme of this feature table, the smaller 3-bet being deployed time and time again. Gonzalo now has 3-bet, and fair play, he has recognized this spot, but he's made it 750k. So he's laying a fantastic price to both of these players. 500k to call. So El Patron is getting 3-to-1. Jorge could be getting 4-to-1. But it looks like it might work. It may well get the job done. Tough spot now for Jorge, who didn't take the bull by the horns, only deciding to flat pre to the open, and now being laid a fantastic price, closing the action to call another 500k, getting 3-to-1. He does make the call, so we're going to the flop with a pot of 2 million. Jorge Salas at risk. He has 3.8 million. So stack to pot ratio of just 2. And wow, that is a board that may see neither player give up here. We know they've got the same hand. We know neither of them have a backdoor now as well. So if this hand goes to showdown, it will be a chop. But there are ways in which this could develop, where one player gets the other one off by the river. Certainly don't see any folding on this street. Almost certainly it's going to go check, bet 750, 800k, call. May even go check raise. And if it goes raise, well, they're probably both going to get it in and we're going to get to flip it. So he is down bet here, which I actually like from Gonzalo. 550k. Jorge can certainly call at this price. Perhaps less appealing to raise at this price because there's a lower risk to reward. So we may just see a flat here of the 550. If Jorge wants to balance his range here when he flats, he can flat his jacks, he can flat his 10s. Probably not got too many 10s in his range as played. He might have ace 10. Ace 10 suited would have to be really. It looks like a call. So we have a stack pot ratio of roughly 1 now. If this turn bricks off and Jorge checks and Gonzalo shoves, he will have found a way to win. So, gotta say, a weak looking check. If there's anything to be said for physicality and physical reads, Jorge did not sell strength right there. I gotta say, it was a very reluctant, almost pleading for a check. Now maybe he balances up his physical side as well, but Gonzalo does check back, making the likelihood of a chop here all the greater. One feels that if Gonzalo could have pulled the trigger there on the turn, this huge pot was his. Now Jorge has the option to bet. He's got to feel like his hand has no showdown value. He's got to assume Gonzalo's got at least ace high here or a pair. So really, if Jorge wants to take the bull by the horns here, he could. He fires out 1.2 million, maybe something like that. Gonzalo can't really call. So as I said, even though they had the same hand going to the flop, even though neither of them had a way to win at showdown on the flop, there was always an opportunity for both players to take the initiative and find a way to win this hand. And with that check on the turn, Gonzalo sort of waved the white flag. Jorge, sensing weakness now, going for the 1 million bluff, targeting a hand like ace queen and ace king, maybe a hand like pocket nines. They're the hands that he can make fold here. Gonzalo could perhaps consider a raise. I don't like it personally, but there is room for a raise. I'm somewhat surprised that he's in the tank this long. I can't imagine he's considering a call, so that's the only reason raise is kind of coming into my head. Trying to get a physical read on things. Don't think he's going to put Jorge on 8-9 here too often. Queen 9. Don't think he's going to have them from the pre-flop action. So the only hand is the hand that Jorge has, that he has any equity against, and that is a chop. Now, it's hard to call for a chop. So one feels Gonzalo's sizing this situation up for a potential raise. But that is a tricky line to make believable, given the fact that he checked the turn. He's not going to raise a hand like aces here. He's not going to raise a hand like kings here. He's not going to raise a hand like queens here. So what Jack X, which is the story he would have to be telling, could he have? Well, okay, yes, he could have ace jack or king jack with this 3-bet pre. That's certainly a move. But the problem with that is, would those hands check the turn? And I don't think they would. So I think he probably realized that he cannot sell a bluff here, and he's sort of been block bet out of the pot. Now, that is a huge one for Jorge, and credit to him for recognizing that once Gonzalo checked the turn, he had a way to win that hand. He probably thinks he got him off ace king, if I had to guess. That will be a tough one to watch back later for Gonzalo, but I'm not sure it could have played out any differently unless he had bet the turn. I think shoving the turn was his way to win, and obviously that was fraught with danger. Yagu has open proceedings here with the King Jack in early position. Fold from sports school with the pocket sixes, clearly thinking of the merits and demerits of a 3-bet shove there. His fold has paved the way for both Raczynski and Cielat to flat with their king queens. No, in fact, Cielat again, he was eating his Weetabix at the break. Raczynski does make the call, but Cielat has decided, I'm here to play and I'm going to take all the fold equity I earned from all those tight folds in the last session. And he's actually decided to take his king queen and go for the big shove here. A really nice piece of opportunism, it's got to be said, from Cielat. I really like it. I expected the call, but maybe I got to start expecting different things from this man who has come to play in this session. Raczynski probably feeling like he's getting a great price and there's a lot of flips, but he sort of had the opportunity to make the raise himself, so it's a bit strange if he decides to now call it off. He's going to mull on it though, and you never know. Problematically for Raczynski is I don't think we can cap Cielat. Cielat could definitely have sort of high up in his range here, aces, kings, queens, and take that line, because we've seen him keen to big bet his way through this tournament, with and without the goods. So possibly factoring into Raczynski's decisions there as well, or that against an uncapped range there are even more hands that he will not be happy to see. Lots of napkins means we are folding all the way around to late position here. Paul Martin showing a lot of patience, it's got to be said. Tried to mix things up with the 10 jack and the ace jack at the beginning of this session. Neither hand went well, and now he's been forced into a sort of a wait for a real hand mode. Cielat has the ace 2. And again, we know he's wanting to play big bet poker here. He's got about 27, 28 big blinds. What's he going to do with the ace 2? His opponent, I think, only has about 20 bigs. El Patron, scratch that. He's got like 23, 24 bigs. So just a small raise. El Patron has 2 ways to go here. He could shove the king jack. Plenty of fold equity. Definitely a hand that plays okay against some of the calls. Or he could flat, and we could take this one to the streets. Looks like it's a flat, so we will play some post flop poker. Cielat with the ace 2. Small advantage over El Patron's king jack here. Well, Patron has outflopped Cielat. Maybe now regretting abandoning his big bet play. A shove would have got through, you would think. Well, maybe it wouldn't have. It would have been pretty close, actually. He has put the brakes on, and El Patron pretty happy with top pair good kicker here. Gonna fearlessly throw out a bet. Doesn't have to be a big one. I think he's put out about 300k. Yeah. And a quick fold from Sealet. So far from a body blow there. Just a couple of big blinds in that pot. And it's got to be said, action has noticeably slowed down. Outer tables, this table, we're not seeing the frenzy of all-ins that we had earlier. Even the pace of play has slowed down. The amount of decision time being taken by each player has slowed down. No criticism there, no one's stalling, but it is a very natural thing that as soon as the money gets a bit more significant and pay jumps of greater amounts creep into the picture, you will just naturally see players take their time a little bit more, be a little more cautious, double check the stack of their opponent, double check their own stack before they act. It's very natural, and I think we're starting to see it creep into that phase. Yeah, Mariette Keck in the chat is wondering, did someone give him some tips on the break? Definitely like that move as well with the King Queen, and it does feel like a different player has come out here for the second half. So fair play. Our best information right now, Mariette Keck, is that we're going to play to 24 players. Now, if we still have a fair bit of time left, because the anticipation was we would play 80-160. If there is the entire level of 80-160 left or more, they may well decide to keep going. That will be tournament director's discretion. I can't imagine us not getting to 24 in that time, but what I could imagine happening is we get to 21 or 22. So the question would be, would they let us keep going and thin the field even more, or will they want to bring back 24 players? And that again is the tournament director's discretion. I don't think players will mind too much either way. A huge thank you to anyone joining us late. I see the viewing figures have gone up somewhat, so I'm guessing some people are maybe winding down their sessions, throwing on a little tournament action on the side, maybe at the end of their Sunday grinds. Hope your Sunday grinds went well out there, guys. Let us know how you got on. And thank you very much for joining us now for what I imagine to be roughly an hour of play. I can't say for certain for the reasons I explained moments ago, but I would reckon roughly an hour of play of this day 2 coverage from Rozvadov of the Spanish Poker Festival. There are some outer tables for this event, but there are also some other tables out there because there are 2 side events going on as we speak as well. There's a high roller and there's a smaller event. Has got noticeably quieter though in the room. Background noise is diminished somewhat. Often the case as well that a hush comes over poker tournament tables as we enter what really has to be described as the business end of the tournament now. 27 players, no life-changing money for the next few spots, but pretty tasty if you wind up in the top 3 or 4. Everyone on the final table guaranteed at least 5k. So that will certainly be in people's mind as a target. Remember, these guys bought in for just 250 bucks. So a final table and a 5k score, 20 buy-ins is very tasty indeed. Not to be sneezed at either are the 4 WSOP Europe seats that will be given to the players 1 through 4. on top of the prize money won. And Paul Martin finally finds the spot he has been craving for several orbits now, it's got to be said. Under the gun one with the ace-8, not loving life, but with just 8 bigs and the blinds about to get him and that big blind ante about to get him, he's clearly thinking, I better make my play. And he found an ace. He's going with it. Raczynski with the ace-9 behind, so you can get some fouls. That's the beauty of it. You do it from under the gun one. Someone in mid position with a slightly better hand has to worry about all the people behind as well. So there is a decent bit of fold equity on that. It's not just the fold equity you generate from your stack, but it's the fold equity of everyone having to worry about the players behind them too. And that's what makes a play like this more effective. Like, you're not, don't get me wrong, you're not loving life getting this ace-8 in. See, let's maybe considering for real a call here with the king-jack. I would be very surprised. But like we said, it's like Sealet's twin brother came out, who plays all loosey-goosey. He's giving this some real consideration. Now, I don't think in any world this should be a real decision. I think ace-jack is a real decision. Don't think king-jack is a real decision. I think you'd have to let king-queen go here. And I think you'd have to start really giving some consideration to ace-10, ace-jack. So a nice little shove and take it there for Paul Martin, who he's not on fumes, but he was getting perilously low. He's back up to 10 big blinds. Big blind ante and big blind are about to get him, so he's going to be rocking 7 or 8 bigs for the next orbit again. Again, looking for a spot to double, looking for a late position spot to steal. That will be part of the game here. He might also have some defendable hands in the big blind. Look to call and go with some equity. That's another way you can do things. As we see the leaderboard there, Jorge Salas, 6.2 million. After that really big pot a few moments ago where he managed to scallywag with the king-queen against king-queen. And credit to him for that. Still 27 players, so no movement here. As soon as we went to 3 tables of 9, everything sort of froze up. Action slowed. Bust outs aren't coming. We've got a few more minutes of 60-120, and then we will be playing big blind 160 with a 160 big blind ante, so that's very significant. And it will certainly put a lot of pressure on these medium stacks, which will become short stacks, and these short stacks will become ultra short stacks. Niagu, we know, has been unafraid to gamble. This feels like a good spot to shove here for just 15.5 big blinds on the button. He could construct a raise range if he wants, and it looks like he's doing that, so he is just going to open here to 2.2x, 2.1x. Certainly wouldn't mind a shove. 15 big blinds here with the king-jack, but instead he's willing to play some poker. Opens into Gonzalo's 10-6 here, getting a discount in the big blind, but 10-6 not the prettiest of hands. Looks like he's going to make the call though. Yep, he's going to defend his babies. And Sergio Nagu will have to play post flop here. Stack to pot ratio of less than 3. Very good board for him, it must be said. He's got top pair, good kicker with a gutter and an over. Obviously that board is very coordinated. The 10, Jack, 9 clubs. Gonzalo Perez with 10 and the 6 of clubs. You probably have to call one bet, but it's a really gross spot for Gonzalo, who knows his hand finds it hard to improve here. He may have to just about be sticky with middle pin. It's like one of those spots where you could maybe consider folding a 9-6, but with the 10-6 you probably have to call a small bet. So expect Niagu to bet something in the region of 250k here, and expect Gonzalo to really not love life when it gets back to him. It's going to be a really tough one. It's like you want to have a minimum defense frequency, and middle pair seems like far too strong not to call, but at the same time it's a really wet board. Your hand will find it very hard to improve. You're sort of drawing to your opponent checking twice a lot of the time. It's hard for him to have missed. Nothing's easy about this one now. So Niago cuts out 200k and then puts it back in his stack. Looks like he's going to add some smaller chips to it. And it looks like he's going to add some bigger ones. Looks like we're up to 300k in the hand. And some change. Very deliberate here, Niagu. Looks like a 330. I'm eyeballing this. I could be wrong, guys. So it is 330. Basically a half pot bet. And as I said, Gonzalo in a world of pain. He's got middle pair. He's got a backdoor flush draw to the 6 of clubs, which nobody's writing home about. But it's hard to fold a pair. It's hard to make a pair. It's hard to fold a pair. This is really tough. This is a really tough spot. He does make the call. I think he has to make the call. But it's really hard for him to find a way to win here. And that's what's really hard for Gonzalo, is that he has to make the call. And it's not going to be easy for him to proceed down the streets. Now, he has picked up a flush draw here on the turn. 7 of clubs puts 3 clubs on board. But it also brings in the 8. So maybe, fortunately for him, he can check, and there will be a lot more checkbacks from Sergio. That's probably the way to proceed. He could lead out here and turn his hand into a bluff. I don't really like that, to be honest. I would prefer, because remember, Sergio's button range can be fairly wide here too. What I probably like to see here is a check, expecting to get a lot of checkbacks, which he does. Both players very happy with their showdown right now. Wow! And in the end, Gonzalo does find a way to improve. I said it was hard to improve, and it was, but the 6 has got him there. I think he has to target one pair hands here now, maybe over pairs as well, and lead out. He's got to look to get small value, maybe 400k, 500k. Very unlikely that he's up against a flush or an 8 or king queen, given that it went check check on the turn. So no, he really needs to bet this. Quick check back from Sergio. And yeah, on balance, it's like one of those ones where he's sort of reverse implied odds himself. He would have had to call a bet. He wasn't going to induce too many bluffs on that texture. And I think, yeah, he's missed a bit of value there. He's probably just got to make it like a third pot and get called by a decent number of one pair hands. He might be replaying that one in his head, thinking, yes, that's exactly what I should have done. I wasn't going to fold, so why didn't I make a bet myself? So just the last couple of hands now of 61-20. Brzezinski probably going to open this up with the ace-jack-o from under the gun 1. action folds round to Gonzalo Perez with the ace-7 offsuit. Pretty easy fold here, I think. Trickier one in the big blind, easy one in the small. And Paul Martin, who we've seen be pretty patient for the last hour or so, certainly not going to get involved with the 9 high there. He will be keen to put his 1 million chips to good use. And again, a noticeable lull, a noticeable longer amount of time per hand. A hush has come over poker tournament area in Rozvadov. These players all realize that should they manage to get through tonight, they will have, I'm not saying a restless sleep, I'm sure they'll all sleep quite well, but they'll have a big day in front of them tomorrow. A lot of these players have made the trip from Spain, hoping to go deep in the Spanish Poker Festival. Will we have a Spanish winner tomorrow? Could it be Jorge Salas? Could it be this man on your screen right now from Portugal, Gonzalo Perez? He's going to make a very tight fold here, I gotta say, with the Queen 5 suited on the button, although he may have sensed something because Paul Martin, ever patient, has woken up with the Ace-King blind v blind, delighted to see a hand as strong as Ace-King. Going to take a few seconds to try to not look quite as happy about his holding before sticking this one in. 8 big blinds, there will be a lot of calls, and he doesn't want to oversell this. You oversell this, it looks suspicious the other way. So I think he's already done enough staring and looking around. Oh, do you know what it is? We've just seen a bust out on the other table, so he was probably just hanging on for the pay jump. Well, respect for that, I gotta say. Don't think he's going to get called by sports school anyway, so it will be academic. But I think that was actually a delay while an all-in and bust out took place on one of the two outer tables, because we see there the field has gone from 27 to 26, and we did see a little look across from the man in the Puma jersey. And once I guess he saw somebody stand up or walk away, in those chips went with the Ace-King. So 26 players, all of them will take home at least 1,600 euros. Next pay jump is at 23, when they'll all get almost 2,000 euros. So nice little 400 euro pay jump coming up. So CLF settling into a much nicer, smaller open size of 2.2x here, 260 under the gun with the ace-10. Definitely reasonable to let this one go under the gun, I gotta say, guys. If you're sort of grinding your ranges, it's definitely at the loose end to go with this, but it's okay. There is some ICM for the players behind you now. There is some other considerations, so you can certainly make a case for the ace-10. It looks like the ace-10 is going to get all the way around to Raczynski in the big blind, who is to his immediate right. He will have position in the hand, we'll see a lot, but Raczynski is going to peel with the 10-jack suited, you would think. Very unusual if he was to let this one go for 140k. Very pretty hand. Does make the call. Both players with almost identical stacks. We see there it has come Ace, King, Jack, all clubs. So the 10 of clubs in CLS hand mean we have our second royal flush sweat of the night. Both players making a pair, both players having a gutter, and CLS having the second of flush draw to go with. Looks like the Queen of Clubs was folded by somebody else. If our graphic in the top right is anything to go by, so we can stop sweating the romance of a royal on the stream and we can just focus on how these guys are going to play their hands. Tough spot here for Raczynski. It's got to be said. He's got bottom pair, good shot, hard to proceed. It's a little bit like what I described in the previous hand, where if you'd had the bottom pair with the bad draw, you could maybe make an argument to let it go in certain situations, and I think this is like one of them. I think Raczynski should probably let this go, despite having a pair and a draw. It seems counterintuitive. Both of those things are good things, but it's just so easy for everything to be dominated here. And you could be sending good money after bad. Excellent fold from Raczynski. I really think that was top drawer. I've got to say, really enjoying the standard in general. Certainly a few questionable plays, a few optimistic lines over the course of the last couple of hours. Not to say some people weren't in there willing to punt. I think a few of them were. But in general, in the main, standard has been really, really good on this day 2 of the Spanish Poker Festival. 300k guarantee main event from King's Casino in Rozvadov. My name is David Lappin. I will be taking you through to the close of play today. As you can see there, the blinds have gone up 80-160 with a 160 big blind ante. That's 400k going out there of your stack every orbit. That's going to put a lot of pressure on Sports School, Sergio Niagu and Paul Martin, who are all rocking the 8 big blind stacks. Well, with the blinds having gone up, Paul Martin looks down at the ace-2 of hearts in the cutoff. Good enough, I think. I agree with this, to ship in here. He's got to stay active. He's got to look to accumulate some chips with those increased blinds. He's only got 8 big blinds, as I mentioned. Can't really afford to let opportunities like this pass. This ace-2 suited shove will get through an awful lot. Just got through the king 10, it just got through the 9-4, and now it's got a much tougher job getting through Sealat's ace-6. Bear in mind here, this is about a third of Sealat's stack. He has shown a willingness to gamble, a willingness to play looser poker since coming back after the break. This is a close one, to be honest. Suited ace-6 is really on the line here for 8 bigs. I think it's probably just about a call. I think it's probably just a call. I don't have my charts in front of me, guys. I'm winging it here. But I think it might be just a call. It's super close, though. Add a little bit of ICM into the mix, which of course these guys are thinking about. Even if they're not thinking about it directly in a sort of an ICM model sense, everybody feels the weight of ICM. You know, just bearing down on them late stages of tournaments, they just kind of know they have to be a bit tighter with ranges in different situations. Paul Martin He's done nothing wrong here. He's got to go for this. But he's going to also be doing this with some Broadway hands, some suited kings, some very small pocket pairs. So a6 stands to be in good shape against the range. It's not printing money, guys. This is really wafer thin. It's close. You could certainly justify a fold. You could certainly explain your way into why you folded. But I think it's probably the worst, or among the worst hands he should call. He has let it go. Paul Martin lives to fight another day. He's now sitting with 10.5 big blinds. A little bit of breathing room. We'll be delighted with that outcome. It's never good to get called when you've got ace-2. We have a a comment I quite like here in the chat. ICM ain't real, bro, says Alu Wamoose. It's true, ICM was just invented by online wizards to make mere mortals lose more money. That's probably not the exact quote, but that's pretty close to the quote. I remember that quote from years ago. No spoilers in the chat, please. I guess it's not a huge spoiler to say that in real time, and we're of course on a half-hour delay, play has ended for the night. Well, even if we get to the end of this level, that is about half an hour from now, so I guess there's no spoiler there, and we're expected to get to this end of this level maximum, and maybe we stop before it. You see here that blind v blind, little cheeky battle of the blinds on the 2-10-2, 2 diamonds. It goes check check. Cialat is going to fire out now. He obviously threw a little bit of rope out to El Patron. I'm going to assume El Patron's going to call here. He's got ace high and a diamond in his hand. 240k, not enough to scare him off. He's going to make the call here. Million in the pot. A lot of ways to win for El Patron there, but he does not get there. And a very quick check check. El Patron hoping his ace high could have been good. Turns out it wasn't. Cialat got a little bit of value from his hand on the turn. Not badly played overall, it's got to be said. Nothing wrong with throwing out a little bit of rope, particularly when your opponent can have 2 undercards to the 10. You might just be letting them catch up to an inferior hand. Certainly don't mind that at all. And again, just another example of, you know, what I've got to say is quite impressive poker from everyone at the table. I think it's been a pretty high standard most of all. Poker is clearly alive and well in Spain, and the Czech Republic for that matter. This tournament will conclude tomorrow. Calling the action will be Irish poker legend Dara O'Carney. I know he is looking very much forward to taking you through to the final table and beyond until we have a winner crowned. 60 grand plus the 10k seat. It's going to be exciting stuff tomorrow evening. I know Dara was playing some live poker this weekend. Unfortunately for him, bust halfway through his day. Made it back to play some online, so he's probably out there. Might even be listening in. Might even be getting some reads on these players who he is no doubt going to commentate on tomorrow. If he is watching, he's been watching a very high standard match in the background while he grinded away. Loose open here from Perez. Ace-8 offsuit. Sports School giving it some thought here in the hijack. Certainly would have been a surprising move at this point. Unless he's picking something off Gonzalo. And 2 quick folds from the blind, so a nice little steal from Gonzalo, who has clearly decided to open up his game, maybe factoring in how we're late in the day now and all of these guys might be psychologically bagging up some chips, really wanting to get to tomorrow, really not wanting to bust out now, deprive themselves of that great opportunity that tomorrow could bring. Was the gun with Jorge Salas, who has played tremendously well in this session. He executed that beautiful 1 million chip sort of post-oak bluff against Gonzalo less than an hour ago. Won him the biggest pot we've seen at this table all day. Paul Martin now, interesting spot here with less than 11 bigs, Queen Jack, maybe thinking this isn't the worst spot, the blinds are about to get me again, I'll be back down beneath 10 bigs before long. This would be proactive, this would be a way to sort of go for it. Looks like he is giving it some real consideration here. Does feel very close. Feels like it's supposed to be folded, to be honest, but it feels like it's the best hand you're supposed to fold. Just let it go. Okay, easy decision here for Sports School. Under the gun 3, he's in mid position, he's got an ace-10. He's only got 1.4 million, 9 big blinds. Not even, maybe 8.5 big blinds. I think he's got to go with this, he's got to take this spot. And he does. So the question is, will anyone wake up behind him? Still getting a count here. It seemed like a pretty reckless call, it's got to be said. Remember, 3 players still to act behind him. Sometimes hard to differentiate between real tanking, real consideration, and sort of fake tanking at this point with ladder jumps and waiting perhaps for one person to bust to close the day. Don't want to jump to conclusions here, guys, but I think sometimes that might be what you're seeing. We've certainly seen longer Hollywoods over hands that don't seem to make a huge amount of sense for the last hour. Yeah, while I get the chance, huge thank you to all the mods on this channel. Really appreciate how you've moderated, kept all the chat friendly, kept things moving. I know it's very much appreciated by regular Twitchers in the community. I used to Twitch myself. I was a Twitch streamer for Unibet for about a year. That was in about 2018, 2017, 2018, a long time ago. But I did my time on this format, and I owe a huge debt of gratitude to the mods, including people like Donna Morton, who were so good to me while I was doing my stream. So I appreciate all the people in here. I know it's a tireless and sometimes thankless job, so I'd like to thank you on behalf of me, and I'm sure everyone who helps to contribute towards this stream. I think we are starting to see some gratuitous tanking. Like, okay, he's got 10 bigs, I get it, but I don't really see this ever going in. So I do think there is a little tendency with the guys to try to get to tomorrow. If they've gotten words that it's one more bust out to tomorrow, and there's, because I don't think we're even on a ladder jump, I think it's 2 places till there's more money. But clearly nobody wants to go home tonight. We do seem to be having a lot more gratuitous tanking. It just puts the onus on me to have to fill some airtime, which, do you know what, is probably the punishment I deserve for all of the gratuitous tanking I've done in these similar situations down the years. Yeah, it's a great question, Maria K. 92. Why are they tanking when it's not a money jump? Only get to, well, I suppose it's 2 from a money jump, so the money jump is still looming. And then secondly, I think a lot of people just sort of psychologically want to not be the one who goes now. Like, it's sort of like a weird fake bubble where 24 people will come back tomorrow and 1 won't. And I don't think it should be factored in any way, shape or form. I don't even think the ladder jumps are significant enough yet that people should be giving huge amounts of consideration to them. Maybe, of course, if you are facing an all-in and you know you're going to call and you see that someone's over there with their all-in, you know, you can maybe take a few seconds, but it is like we're grinding to an almost halt here over what I think is not significant enough sums of money, or is really just a kind of a weird thing of like, I made day 3, which doesn't really matter. So yeah, great point from Maria Keck there. I think stream will start at 2:30 tomorrow. I am reliably informed, so anyone out there who wishes to watch this stream, 2:30, that is CET, so that will be 1:30 if you're in the UK or Ireland. That would also be 1:30, I think, if you're in Spain. And but it's 2:30 where I am here in Malta, and where they are in Rozvadov, and it is going to be a treat, I promise you. Darryl Carney, author of Poker Satellite Strategy, PKO Poker Strategy, and Endgame Poker Strategy, the ICM book. He is going to be bringing you a lot of ICM nuggets along the way, I'm sure, as we go from 3 tables to 1, with incrementally increasing ICM factors, and then, you know, incrementally dwindling ICM factors as the final table progresses, but still very serious ones, and some unique dynamics when it becomes, you know, maybe 2 big stacks against one another, middle stacks. Dara has all the explanations and all the heuristics that you guys can absorb from and maybe take into your own games. I promise you it will be a learning experience. Any poker commentary session with Dara always is. So as we wind down on day 2 coverage here, which I have to say I've thoroughly enjoyed. There has been a little bit of punting. There was a lot of all-ins. There was a lot of excitement in that first session. There has been, you know, a couple of questionable plays. There always will be. Again, don't want to get too harsh on anyone. Everyone's allowed to play their cards whatever way they want. But, you know, a couple of questionable plays. But honestly, a lot of really good play. High standard of poker. on show here for a 250 quid buy-in. I have to say, I'm very impressed overall. I've really enjoyed it. A reminder tomorrow what they are playing for. I'm going to give you a run through on all the payouts because I do feel like we have grinded to an absolute halt here. First prize will walk away with 60,000 euros. Second will get 35,000 euros. Third will get 25,000 euros. Fourth will get 18,500 euros. Those four people will also, in addition to their prize money, receive $10,350 WSOP Europe tickets. Not too shabby. Fifth will get 14k. Sixth will get 10.5k. Seventh will get 8k. Eighth will get 5,700, and ninth will get 4.5k. Everyone who returns tomorrow will be guaranteed at least 1,630 bucks. But you know, those. If we're stalling now, if we're grinding to a halt now, for not particularly great reasons, expect that there may be some boxy, slow playing and stalling tomorrow, maybe along the way. But I'm sure we're going to see a lot of really good poker as well. There's also a feature, I think, end of the day can creep in. People are just sort of like, oh, get me to the bar for a pint with a sort of a satisfied smile, so I can have a couple of nightcaps and get myself to bed and look forward to something fun tomorrow, and maybe, just maybe, a all in, when you include the bonus 10k seat in the WSOP Europe, a 70k prize for a 250 quid buy-in. It's a pretty sick parlay here, guys. 1,810 entries across 6 day ones have narrowed down to just these 25 players. Sergio Niagu is all in with the ace jack from the dealer button. He's shoving 9 big blinds. Jorge Salas is not going to look him up here with the queen 10 suited, so we're going to have to see if there is a hand in the big blind. No, Gonzalo will not be performing heroics here with the 9-3 offsuit. Sergio will pick up this very nice pot worth 400k. He's going to be up to 1.8 million now. 11 big blinds, and it looks like maybe there has been a bust out on an outer table. Yes, there is a lot of standing up, a lot of back padding, a lot of high fives, a lot of people celebrating. As we said, day 3. Well, you know what? In poker, you know, you make a lot of day 2s in life. You don't make day 3s quite as often. If you're a live poker grinder, you might make it more than a few times a year. And when you do, it usually means you're in the business end with 20, 27 people left. 24 of these guys will come back tomorrow, as we can see. Jorge Salas, 35 big blinds, 5.7 million. He finished top of our feature table. Gonzalo Perez finished with 5.4 million, 33 bigs. As we can see from this feature table, and I'm going to guess the other tables are similar, a lot of stacks boxed into that sort of 15 to 20 big blind zone. That would imply that we're going to see some quick bust outs tomorrow. We're probably going to see a lot of action early on, and then we're going to see it get slow again as we get closer to the final table. That final table will be commentated on by Dara O'Carney, Irish poker legend. One final shout out for Dara. I know he is looking forward to covering this one tomorrow. And thank you guys all so very much for joining us here in Rozvadov for the $250 buy-in Spanish Poker Festival. Good night.